Okay, everybody ready? Okay. I'll go ahead and call to order this Albany City Council meeting of Monday, July 6th at 7:30 p.m. First item will be the Pledge of Allegiance. Staff, will you bring up the flag? Thank you. And Councilmember Barnes, you have agreed to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you for that. And do you need to be unmuted?
I'm unmuted. Shall I begin?
Go ahead, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is item 2, roll call. City Clerk, please.
Councilmember Barnes,
Here.
Councilmember Moss. He's here. Councilmember Nason.
Here.
Vice Mayor McQuaid.
Here.
And Mayor Pilch.
Present. Under ceremonial matters, we have none on the agenda, but I'd like to read a short statement. On June 29th, Alameda County paused any further COVID openings due to spikes in cases and hospitalizations and other factors. These spikes are being seen in the county, state, and the country as a whole. We are seeing the worst spikes in places where relaxation of shelter-in-place rules happened too quickly. Alameda County was right to be prudent in this regard. However, we are certainly not out of the woods yet. Albany is one of the success stories in our county. Our case rates and hospitalization rates are some of the lowest. But please don't let down your guard. What you do helps everyone. It's important to remember some of the most important current orders. Shelter in place, stay at home if you don't have to go anywhere. If you do have to go outdoors for essential needs, you must wear a mask. Your mask protects me, my mask protects you. Non-essential travel is still prohibited, and gatherings are still prohibited, except inside your social bubble and for other very specific activities, such as some youth camps. Social bubbles consist of groups of no more than 12 people who must all agree not to have sustained contact with anyone else outside that group. This is a very hard thing to do. So if you have any doubts, just play it safe and make use of the phone and video conferencing. And I believe, Vice Mayor, you also a statement you wanted to read.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just to kind of piggyback on what you said, I want to thank everyone for continuing to wear your face covering, maintain physical distancing, wash your hands, and stay home as much as possible. You're doing a great job, and the still low numbers in Albany reflect that. However, our number of cases is going up, and I'm sorry for those of you who are either ill or have family members or friends who are ill. To the family of Sarah, and I'm going to say it wrong, please forgive me, Ronskinovitz, I send my deepest sympathy. Your loss is immeasurable. But there are exciting activities in Albany in the midst of this pandemic. Some of our restaurants are now open for outside dining. More about that later. COVIDcella will occur on Saturday with musicians performing in various driveways and on porches throughout the city. So be sure to check out this community-driven event. I hope you participate in these events, but please remember your face coverings and social distances. We've come too far and sacrificed too much to weaken now and start sliding backwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would any other council member care to make any statements at this time? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is a report on action taken in closed session. No closed session occurred today. Item 5, the next item is the consent calendar, which is normally moved, considered to be routine and normally enacted by one motion. However, if any council member or member of the public wishes to pull an item for discussion, we are allowed to do that. We may do that. And I will note that I would like to pull items 5.4, 5.5, and 5.12. Would any other council member like to pull any other item? Seeing none at this time, there is one attendee with a hand raised. Is this attendee Mr. Lee or Zion Lee? Would you like to pull an item for discussion?
No, that was done by mistake.
Okay, thank you. Any other member of the public or any member of the public wish to pull an item for discussion? Going once, twice. Okay, looks like we just have the 3 items I have to pull. Item 5.4, one moment, is the establishing rules for the November 3rd, 2020 election. This is mostly a routine matter that we do before each election. But I will note that as in all the elections that I'm familiar with in Albany, the members of the city council are required to pay the full price from the county for a candidate statement if they wish to have one in the ballot materials, in the voter materials. This can be about $1,000, and I don't think we know the price exactly yet for this year. I will note that the council has control over this. We could choose to have other rules, perhaps not for this election, but perhaps for future elections, such that the city absorbs some of that cost and lowers the barrier for candidates to enter the city council election. That was my comment on that item. Did anyone else want to speak to item 5.4? Seeing none, I'll move on to item 5.5, which is accepting the donation from the Albany Ford Subaru to the Albany Police Department. I thank very much the donors for their generous donation to the Albany Police Department. We did receive some correspondence about this item, and I just would like to note that I do hope that the spirit of this donation is in keeping with the consideration that there are people there, consideration of the Black Lives Matter movement and its legitimate concerns. I too thank our police department and police force for the service that they do. And I just wanted to make a note that there are multiple voices to be listening to during these times. Did anyone else want to make a comment about this item? Seeing none, looks like I'm the verbose one tonight. Item 5.12 is the Eagle Scout bench. And I want to also thank the Eagle Scouts for their offer to install a bench and build a bench in our dog park at Memorial Park. There was one comment I want to make, and I'm sorry, I'm having a little trouble navigating my computer. I wanted to get some clarification about exactly how the process works for this. I know we did see some, and if staff could speak to this, I know we did see some sketches, and they look like they were somewhat, not full engineering drawings, of course, but what is the city's involvement in making sure that the bench is installed correctly and follows standards, etc.
Right. This is Mark. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. This is Mark Hurley, Public Works Director. So we've been working with Rowan on and off for this project for some time now. we do have the concepts and they're pretty well developed. Our next steps are to actually work with him to make sure we have all the details hammered down, making sure that it's going to be a nice quality product, meeting standards. We are, one of the components of this project is actually a concrete foundation going underneath it's not a foundation, a slab going underneath the bench, and that's something that Public Works would be doing on our own. So we'll control the quality of that piece of it. So there's multiple steps of review, and also Rowan has a really well-developed support team around him. So I think this is going to be a good quality product for the city.
Okay, thank you. And I see Mr. Halpern is available here too for any questions, but I see Vice Mayor McQuaid would like to make a comment or question.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to thank Rowan for his efforts in putting this together and for his patience. It's been a long process, and we are very grateful. The dog park is going to be so much better with your work and the work at Public Works to make it a more friendly place for people and for dogs. And I'm just really grateful to you for taking this on. Thank you.
Indeed. And then the council member Nason wanted to say a few things.
Yeah, I wanted to add my voice to the thanks. As a regular dog park user, it's really nice to see that people are going to be able to sit down. It's been a concern for a long time, and it's really good to see this. Rowan, thank you.
Yes, and from the drawings I saw, it's not just a bench; it's a little U-shaped area with a roof, I believe, and so that's quite a nice thing. And so I add my thanks again as well. That was it for my questions and comments. Anyone else have a comment or a question on this item? Thank you, Mr. Hurley. We'll move on to, and I think those were all the items that I wanted to pull. There is one hand raised. Oh, okay. Looks like that was a mistake as well. That hand went down. Oh, Councilmember Nason, yes.
Yeah, did we want to give Mr. Halpern an opportunity to say anything?
Absolutely. I'm sorry if I didn't make that clear. Mr. Halpern, would you like to say a few words?
Okay. Hello? Can you guys hear me?
We can hear.
Okay. So I'm Rowan Halpern. I'm a Boy Scout for Troop 6 Berkeley. And the project that I'm going to be working on is an arbor in the Albany Dog Park, which is like you said, it's a shade area with a bench in like a U shape. And the bench is going to be constructed on, I think, the west side of the park. And do you want the rough estimate of the dimensions?
Sure.
Okay, so it's going to be about 5 feet long in width, and so I'm going through my notes, about 12 feet long in the length. And the concrete pad would be 15 feet long by 6 feet long. Or sorry, by 6 feet wide.
Great. Yes, quite a substantial project. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on, I think.
Oh, I'm not. So I had my hand up. I was just wondering if there's an image for this that we could see.
It's in the packet, I believe.
Okay, I'll look there. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. If you go to the agenda, then you click on agenda and supporting materials. Under that item, there will be a few links, or at least one link, and one of them is to a diagram, some renderings. Thank you. Yeah, sorry I didn't catch your hand. It seemed to go up and down, so I wasn't sure if it was a mistake or not. Moving on then. 1 second. Multiple computers going.
A motion for the consent calendar item.
Oh, thank you very much. And looks like
I would move the consent calendar.
All right, now I'm confused as to who moved it.
It was Councilmember Moss.
Okay.
So then I'll second.
Okay, and Councilmember, Vice Mayor McQuaid is seconding. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Barnes,
Yes.
Councilmember Moss,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McQuaid,
Yes.
Mayor Pilch,
Yes.
and the motion carries.
Thank you, City Clerk and Councilmember Nason, for the prompts, which I'm sure I'll need again during this meeting. We move on to good of the city, public comment. This is for persons desiring to address the City Council on items that are not on the agenda. For any item not on the agenda, attendees can have up to 3 minutes to speak on that item. And I see we have, and this is a chance to raise your virtual hand. Click on the raise hand button, and the city clerk will call on you to speak and allow you and permit you to speak. I see one hand raised so far. Susan Moffett.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, hi. My name is Susan Moffett. I'm an Albany resident. And I believe the City of Albany should establish a Citizen Oversight Commission for the Police Department. And I request that the establishment of such a commission be placed on the agenda for the next City Council meeting on July 20th. At a time when we are all very concerned about equitable policing, there is no direct citizen oversight of our public safety budget, policies, and practices. You heard at the Mayor's Town Hall on June 14th that Albany residents want changes in the way that public safety is ensured for everyone, especially African Americans in the city. And yet the reality is most of us have little direct knowledge of policing, of strategies, training, budgeting, equipment, relationships with social services providers, and so on. In order for citizens to make good decisions about policing, it is necessary for us to educate ourselves and to also engage those in the community who have expertise in public safety and municipal budgeting. This needs to happen through a commission or at a minimum, a task force. You have received many letters demanding deep cuts to the police budget, including well over 100 letters from Albany residents. Unfortunately, these letters do not appear to have been added to the public record of this City Council meeting. You have responded by asking the Social and Economic Justice Commission to take on a year-long process of community conversations with the help of a consultant. However, in order to carry out urgently needed changes in policies and practices and a reallocation of resources that ensures public safety for everyone, especially Black residents, visitors, students, and people doing business in our city. Trainings and conversations about equity and inclusion are not enough. We need to carefully study our police budget in the context of the city budget as a whole and to understand how policing works in our city. It will take the active engagement of citizens in a commission or task force with access to transparent data to do this work. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Leo, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Leo. I serve on the school board as well, and I'm a rising senior at the high school. And I would just like to echo the sentiments of the last speaker, in that there needs to be, I agree with that, there should be a citizen oversight committee for the police department in Albany. And I also think that there needs to be more discussion with the city council on the topic of defunding the police. I see that you've included an item talking an action plan to address systemic racism, and that also appears in the agenda for the Social and Economic Justice Committee. There is an action plan, and the action plan that the majority of the citizens of this town are telling you is to defund the police. In the last year's fiscal annual budget, police made up 34.2% of the total. This year they made up only last year they made up 34% of the total. This year it was only 32%, although that was there was a 6.22% increase in police funding from last year to this year, while the total expenditure only increased by 5.7%. So the police budget increased at a faster rate at a higher rate than our total general fund debt. And we're currently spending in excess, more so than the police budget increased. We're also in a massive structural deficit for the school board. And so I really think that the city council needs to address this issue of defunding the police and diverting those funds to other places that the community really needs it, which aren't policing. And that needs to be transparent, and that needs to be addressed not just by the Social and Economic Justice Committee, but by the City Council itself. And I think that, like the previous speaker said, there have been hundreds of letters, there have been many letters, there have been many discussions, and yet the fact that there is no specific item on this agenda, despite defunding the police being talked about for the previous several weeks, I think it's pitiful and it's tragic. And I urge you to include something on the topic of defunding the police and diverting those funds on the agenda at the next city council meeting, open for public comment. I think that would be very productive of the city council's time. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Ethan, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Ethan Guak, and I'm a resident of the city of Albany, and I would also like to echo the sentiments of the previous speakers. As members of the Albany City Council, I urge all of you to take direct, immediate action to investigate the police budget and use your power to defund the Albany Police Department by at least 50%. This is a serious matter that must not be simply swept under the rug, as Albany seems to have a history of doing, such as the racist Instagram scandal years ago. It is all of you people's responsibility to listen to and represent the people you serve. So if you are unwilling to take the time and energy to tackle this urgent matter, I would like you to really contemplate and question your position on this leadership board. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Malia, go ahead.
Hi, yeah, so I would like to really emphasize the points of the previous speakers, and I would like to express my extreme frustration for the current situation that we're in as a city and with you guys as a body, because I feel like myself and many other people have reached out to you very clearly and asked for a couple of very simple things, including an item on the agenda to deep dive into the police budget so that the community members of Albany can understand where our taxpayer dollars are going. And unfortunately, when I've reached out to you all individually over email, I've gotten either no responses or I've gotten passive responses, and I haven't gotten any responses that have actually acknowledged the root of this issue and what action, if any, you're planning to take. So I, as a resident of Albany, am quite confused what you guys are doing. And I'm very frustrated because I feel very unheard. And I think the residents of Albany feel very unheard and not represented by you as a body. So I would like to emphasize that we, as community members in Albany, demand that you guys take this matter seriously, because what I've seen is that it seems that you all are trying to, whether it's with a mural or whether it's with diverting it to other committees like the Social and Economic Justice Committee, although these conversations are important in many facets, what matters right now is the number one issue, which is systematic police violence. And the way to solve that issue is by going to the police budget, defunding the police, and reallocating those funds to life-affirming services. And the fact that Mayor Pilch just said there are many voices that matter on the topic of Black Lives Matter and the donation that the Albany police just received, I'm quite concerned by that statement, because what it sounds like to me is something similar to All Lives Matter, or, oh, there are many different perspectives. And if we're talking about racism, no, not all perspectives are equal at all. Some perspectives are racist and some perspectives are anti-racist. And what we're trying to do, or what many of us are trying to do as residents of Albany, is urge this body to take action. And I'm literally not sure what we have to do to actually get you guys to do it. So please be rest assured that we will not stop until our demands are met. And that will mean that your inboxes are full. That will mean that we will come outside of your house and protest. That will mean that we will keep coming to these meetings and we will annoy you so much, because this needs to happen. And it's quite frankly disrespectful that you guys are public officials and that you're ignoring the people that you claim to serve. So my demand, I will reiterate it because it seems that it's not being heard, is that at the next city council meeting, ideally before the next city council meeting, that you guys open up the police budget and analyze it, and that there is a conversation about seriously defunding the police. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, do we have a next speaker?
Yes, Corey, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi.
Yes.
I would like to echo the sentiments of those before me, especially Susan Moffett, although I am concerned that the establishment of a police oversight committee is directing more funding ultimately towards policing rather than defunding. I've been going through the public comments submitted, and I haven't gotten through all of them. You have 286 pages for SEJC submitted before the agenda went up. But I wanted to remark that of the comments to you, the city council, there were 3 pages by one person on the consultant needing to be on policing and municipal budgeting, which we'll get to. There was 1 alumni on defunding the police. There was a resident and alumni on defunding. There was a resident on defunding, and there was the SEJC chair concerned about the consultant. And then from the 88 pages I've worked through of the public comments for today, people with addresses given confirmed to be from Albany, California, commenting in favor of defunding the police were at least 20, taking up at least 25 pages out of 88 pages on that alone. So I had heard that some of the city council members were concerned that much of this feedback was coming from outside of Albany. In reviewing this, I'm also noting who is coming from where. There are neighboring folks in El Cerrito, in Oakland, in Santa Clara County. There's some who are from across the nation. And then there are many who are saying that they are Albany residents, but haven't given addresses to confirm that, but could be looked up, and they would add another about 30. So that would be 50 out of the 88. So this is pressing on the Albany community's mind, and I do really encourage it to become a city council topic. The number that were about putting defunding the police on the city council agenda were, let's see, I have 5 on screen right here, 6 out of 88 pages again. So we really do want this to be a conversation here in the city of Albany, and it's not just a few people. And I really want to emphasize that because I think that that can get overlooked when there are form letters. I know that this was a mobilization in part with the City of Oakland's Anti-Police Terror Project, who I think are doing great work, but that raises concerns about the applicability of that for Albany. I understand that, but I do think that doing up the numbers as to how many people from Albany in a confirmable way are talking about this is helpful. So I hope that helps. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Francesco, go ahead.
Hi. I would like to speak about this concept of a police and how they function in our city. I welcome a discussion that is open-minded and educational. I think that I've lived here for 30 years, and it's never been particularly clear how the budget works and how the prioritization of which issues are listed and worked on. In the past, we've had things like Coffee with Cops, where they were very open towards having meetings with the public. there was a liaison person in particular, who came to all of the national nights out that we had. I got to meet, and that, I think that liaison person was dropped. So I'm not interested in the phrase defunding the police. I find it an oversimplification of a very complex issue. It's meant to incite and people's passion, and without reason, reasonably thinking about the entirety of the issues involved. One of the issues that I think that needs to be addressed is that too often police are used to solve psychiatric issues and homeless issues, which I don't think they've been trained really well to handle. And so that could be a way in which we could get different kinds of help to address people in need with psychiatric issues and homeless issues, and maybe even drug issues. So I welcome the idea of having the Social and Economic Justice Committee. Perhaps some of the people who are asking you to make it the priority don't understand that there is a long-standing committee that can better handle this, so that because this should be and could be a very lengthy conversation with many, many people wanting to get involved. And that's the reason why we have a Social and Economic Justice Committee. So I would encourage anyone who's involved and interested in this issue to mobilize their ideas and their efforts with the Social and Economic Justice Committee. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Mayor? Leah, go ahead. Leah, go ahead.
She is muted. And I'd like to ask a question of you, Mr. Mayor, when Leah is done. Thank you.
Okay. Leah, are you able to unmute yourself?
Hi, I would just like to reiterate what everybody else is saying. Going back to what the last guy said, I do not believe that this is a social and economic issue. It is about racism, and there's no sense of neutrality between being racist and anti-racist. It's solely just defunding the police. It is not a economic issue. I mean, it is not a socially economic issue. I don't think, I agree with him in that you don't necessarily, police should not be involved in handling mental health and that sort of stuff, but the city and residents of Albany are demanding that the police be defunded. And I am sorry if he disagrees, but this is not a place where you can necessarily play the devil's advocate. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Nason, you had a point of order?
Yeah, I wanted to get a clarification on the scope of item 11-1, because I thought that we would be discussing this issue in that context, but if we're not, I'd like to just be aware of that.
Okay, would the city attorney like to weigh in on that? Item 11-1 is the consultant services proposal to consult to the SEJC.
Are you asking Councilmember Nason if there would be a larger discussion about police services and how much we would be contributing to that?
Well, I'm hearing a lot of commenting that the council should take this up directly, not through a reference to the Social and Economic Justice Commission. And those comments, to me, seem like something we should be talking about in connection with that item on the agenda. But if it's outside the scope, I have no problem with that. I'd just like to be sure that I understand, because I feel like maybe I didn't understand the agenda item.
I did not see that following within 11-1, and I'll also maybe see if the city manager had any comments, if she thought it did, but I saw that a bit beyond the scope of what was being proposed for 11-1. If she thinks it fits within, then we can defer some of this commentary to that section.
I think that we certainly have the opportunity to discuss it under item 11.1 in that the request from staff to council is further direction in terms of the overall topic area and how we focus. Clarity is important as we move forward. I think what you're hearing now is a combination of sentiment on that particular agenda item, as well as other surrounding issues. So I'm not quite sure which way to go with that. If you just hear the comments now and then we take what we've heard and build it into 11.1, that works for me.
Are you okay, Councilmember Nason, with just continuing to take the comments and then perhaps further comments during the item?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. All right. We'll
Mayor
continue
Pilch?
on then. Yes, Councilmember
Do we
Bond.
have any idea how many more speakers we have?
I see 6 more hands raised. Let me see. Yes, it looks like 6, 7, 8. 8 more hands raised. 9.
So 25 more minutes. At 3 minutes
That's
each. I would just consider shortening these to 1 or 2 minutes each, since they're getting to be pretty redundant.
Well, at the beginning, we allowed 3 minutes to everyone. I think it would be unfair, but I would ask the people who are wishing to speak to keep their comments as short as possible. And if they agree with a previous speaker, to just reiterate your agreement so that we can complete the meeting in a timely manner. And you may very well have a chance to speak under item 11.1 on your issues as well, if it's anything like some of the previous comments. So that being said, thank you, council members. We'll go back to the city clerk and call the next speaker.
Randall, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Randall Ma. I spoke at the town hall last month. Just a quick meta comment. I am speaking about police. I believe what I'm saying is past the scope of 11.1, and also I don't think that the previous members have been redundant at all. And as such, I think that we should be entitled to our full 3 minutes. So I think
you are
11.1 is a useful resolution, right? To collect survey data, provide city employees with diversity training, bring in outside contractors to do that work. I think that's all good and necessary. I want to echo that that is not enough by any means. So by itself, that does not address any of the root causes of racism in Albany that my fellow citizens and I brought up last month. We talked about a lot of different topics. We talked about housing insecurity, education, the opportunity gap between Black and white people, and most importantly, the police. I think it's honestly pretty tone deaf for the only advancement from last month to today to be a proposal to study Albany's demography, when the police budget and the role police play in the public safety of Albany are right in front of us. So to this end, I'm asking the city council not to scrap the resolution, but to take real action here. I've been in contact with the Social and Economic Justice Council, and my impression there is that the city council should be taking a more active role here. I think what we're doing is pretty lax, and I think we could actually be doing more here directly. So I would like to echo what Susan Moffett commented on earlier. I think that finding out a way to give Albany residents themselves oversight over the police is really important. I believe she mentioned something along the lines of a citizen oversight board. I think it's important for Albany to analyze what it would take to offer alternative first responder programs, restorative justice programs, mental health programs like the ones we brought up previously. A previous commenter brought up something that I think is not in the spirit of defund the police. I would like to echo that it is obviously very important for the city to offer mental health services outside of the scope of the police. I also agree that police officers are not well suited to fill that role. And I think it is very much in the spirit of defund the police to divert resources from the police in terms of monetary resources to alternative programs to handle that role. I think we need to revisit the annual budget. I think we need to seriously consider defunding the Albany Police Department, as many of concerned citizens have written about. Many other cities across the Bay Area and the United States have already done that. Oakland, for example, Minneapolis is actually fully abolishing the police. And most of all, I think we need to take Resolution 11.1 as the first step of many. I think we need to take an active role in having that be the start of the conversation rather than the end. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Thanks for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Jessica, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jessica Shen-Wachter, and I'm an Albany resident. I'd like to start by addressing Councilmember Barnes' concern that the comments are becoming redundant. The repetition of the issue at hand, which is policing and the policing budget, should signal to you as a city representative that this is an issue and a stance that you should be listening to, and one that you have refused to listen to thus far, at least in any kind of tangible way. I am requesting that you all, as a city council, take immediate and direct action regarding systemic racism in Albany, starting by conducting an investigation of police funds and cutting the overall budget by at least 50%, echoing the demands of previous speakers. While I agree that the folks on the Social and Economic Justice Committee are in all likelihood better equipped to deal with this issue, as there are people of color on that committee, unlike the all-white city council, it is not okay for you all to shirk the duties of addressing systemic anti-Black racism and racism as a whole to the diversity and equity committee, or any committee whatsoever, while you all have direct power over the police budget. A Black Lives Matter mural is only lip service when you refuse to take the tangible action that is well within your purview. Finally, I want to second the demand of a previous speaker, which is to include an item on the next meeting's agenda regarding policing and the police budget, so you as council members can respond to our comments and we can engage in a productive dialogue. Take the leadership of Black activists and leaders and defund Albany Police now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mayor Pilch, can
Yes.
I remind the council that the council decorum rules require that speakers address the council as a whole and not individual members. Just saying.
Noted. Thank you.
Get that?
Sorry? Jeremiah?
Yes, I heard
That's
that.
all I wanted to
that.
say.
Thank you.
Jeremiah, go ahead.
Sorry.
Yes, Jeremiah here. Just want to add, please, if I may, a positive suggestion. I have a solution. Maybe if we could create a citizen, to where some of these citizens that are speaking on this issue, to where they have a chance for themselves to sit on a board or a committee, to where they have a more united, powerful voice, to where they could have some dialogue and to where they could represent many voices. That way you don't have to have 25 minutes. Maybe they could have a few people on a committee if that's what they would like. So that way there'd be an official committee, police citizen review board, or a Black Lives Matter citizen review board, or subcommittee. That way the citizens get to, sit on a chair and be official and be professional. That way they're taken seriously. Because if you don't give them a committee or a board to sit on, I don't feel you're taking them very serious. So please consider whichever you want to click, for either the police or the Black Lives Matter, whatever makes more sense. Thank you. I hope that came
Thank
through.
you for your Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Cheryl, go ahead.
No, you just heard a comment about decorum. But Cheryl said it, and I'm
taxpayer in Albany, and I've been a taxpayer for a very long time. And there was a comment about from your city council members not liking the way someone's speaking to them, but not taking into account the way that the public has been spoken to tonight. Discounting and dismissing the voices of the people who have elected you to that office. It is offensive, and it is another move that has shown the tone deafness of the people who are on the other side of this screen. You know, in this time in our society, when this country is continuing its deep ambivalence about the freedom and the humanity of Black and brown people, it is a slap in the face that this community continues its history of complacency towards the wants and the needs of people who do not look like the people who sit on this community, on this council. Just a few weeks ago, we held a town hall where you had Black men and Black women and Latino men and women and people of color call in and tell you their stories about dealing with the police officers. Holding hands and walking through the streets, putting hashtags and painting murals, and claiming Black Lives Matter is not enough. Calling oneself an ally is not enough. You have to do the hard work. We the people does not mean all of us. It never did. You have to do the hard work. If you're gonna say you are anti-racist, you have to do the hard work. Our communities, Black, Latino, Indigenous, people of color, the poverty-stricken, the impacted communities have to be part of the solution. People closest to the pain are the people closest to the solution. And you have to listen. You have to take your own egos and your own feelings out of it and listen. We need structural reform to dismantle these deep-seated racism and inequities that has been permeating our institutions. And yes, that includes law enforcement. The ones you love so much, this law enforcement has not treated all of us well. And if you cannot come to grips with that, we cannot get past it, no matter the nice names that you put on these committees. You have to do the work. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Kasia? Sorry if I'm mispronouncing it. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kasha Archanagara. I'm an AUSD alum and current resident of Albany. I just wanted to echo what people have been saying before me, and everyone has said really well kind of the same thoughts that I'm having, but I just wanted to add my voice. And while I commend your current efforts to scope out an initial engagement program for the Social and Economic Justice Commission, a 10-day or even a year-long engagement is just simply not enough to address generations of systemic inequality and racism within our community. And I request that these plans be paired with immediate and tangible action that directly prioritize the safety and well-being of Black and Indigenous people in Albany. And what I mean by this is a real allocation of funds from the Albany Police Department and to invest them towards providing resources that can help address the root causes of quote unquote crime, like poverty, substance abuse, mental health issues, and housing insecurity, just to name a few. And as it's been talked about before me, plenty of people within our community have called for and continue to call for defunding the police. So I urge you as leaders of this community to really take these requests seriously. And yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Phoebe, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Phoebe. I am a current student of Albany High, and last year I was the PTSA representative. I would like to reiterate a lot of what the past speakers said, but also that our comments are not redundant and should be listened to fully. I believe that the issue of systematic racism should be taken up directly by you as the council. A previous speaker referred to the psychiatric and homeless issues and how they must be dealt with by the police. I really want to make clear that our punishment system is founded in genocide and slavery, which has greatly contributed to anti-Blackness in the US and especially in Albany. It may be hard to see because of the privilege that a lot of white people have in Albany, but I would love to see the Citizen Oversight Board that a previous speaker was talking about and invest in mental health services, drug services, and creating services for homeless people in Albany by redistributing funds. And I really think we need to revisit the annual budget now. I feel what the council has done so far is not nearly enough, and that we will continue to demand that there's immense amounts of change until the police is defunded and money is reallocated. We will not stop. I'm honestly, frankly, astonished by the tone deafness of your words and your actions as you represent us. And as Council Member Barnes said before, you can take 25 minutes of your time to listen to us. You represent us. So please take us seriously. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Linus, go ahead.
Hi. Yes, I'd like to echo everyone else's sentiments regarding immediately conducting an investigation into the police budget. And so pertaining to that, I'd like to, for one goal I want to see is much more transparency to Albany residents regarding the police budget. For example, I'm currently looking at the Albany 2019 to 2020 operating budget, and I'd like to know, and I'm sure many other people do as well, we'd like to know exactly what professional services entails, given that $150,000 were spent on professional services under the police administration account, and $250,000 were spent on professional services under the police operations account. This is just one example. I'd really just like to see the city council take a lot more action regarding defunding the police. And I'd also like to respond to a point that this matter might be better if it fell under the Social and Economic Justice Commission. I'm currently looking at the 2019 to 2021 Social and Economic Justice Committee work plan, which was approved by the city council on May 20th, 2019. And it seems that the current priority work items for the Social and Economic Justice Commission include promoting housing availability and quality, connecting with and engaging the community, promoting community-wide inclusivity, and promoting health and wellness. And nowhere under any of these goals is any reference really made to investigating the police budget or taking action to defunding the police. So it really seems that the duty to listen to your constituents and investigate the police budget and take action falls on the city council, which you guys seem to agree with regarding your actions around the Social, Economic, and Justice Commission work plan. And I really, really, really want to see that the city council more strongly listens to the residents of Albany and immediately takes action regarding defunding the police. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Kara Oliver, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Kira Oliver and I am an Albany resident. Given that the Albany Police Department has a history of racial profiling and harassment of Black people and people of color in our community, how does this council plan on implementing policy change that ensures that the police department works towards its goal of treating all people with, quote, respect, compassion, and dignity, as stated by the chief of police on the website? I would like to express the dire need for a comprehensive and transparent review of the police budget. I would like to first share a hypothetical. If someone believed they were racially profiled or harassed by a police officer and wished to file a complaint, what would they find on our website? They would find a 2013 personnel complaint form. Why is this form from 2013? Is the council aware of this? What happens with a personnel complaint, you might wonder? Quote, these complaints are investigated by a department supervisor of rank greater than the accused employee or referred to another qualified investigator depending on the nature of the complexity of the investigation. All such assignments are made at the direction of the chief of police. End quote. Here you have an inherently corrupt body of policing, one that was born as slave patrol units, regulating itself. This is inexcusable. Given the city council's lack of attention to detail as it pertains to police oversight, it is imperative that we strip our police force of its power and impose a strict budget cut of at least 50%. Referring this issue to SEJC shows that you are not aware of the depth of the corruption in this police department. I strongly encourage that this council stand in solidarity with the Black Lives Matter movement in Black and Indigenous, and people of color residents in this community and reject the $30,000 donation from the Albany Ford Subaru. Please, at a minimum, present an agenda item that investigates the police budget with a goal of defunding the department by at least 50%. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Aaron Tiedemann, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Aaron Tiedemann, and I want to echo some of the other speakers and just speak to some of this and say it's really obvious that there's a lot of anger from a lot of people, and that's completely understandable given the issue and given the action taken so far. If this gets referred to the Economic and Social Justice Committee and that results in prompt and effective action, then that may be the right move. But if it doesn't, if it seems to dodge the issue and move it off of your agenda, even if that's not the intention, I'm not saying that you are trying to dodge the issue, but if that happens, either intentionally or not, then that will be a great missed opportunity and will be looking like you're ignoring what people want. I serve on an Albany committee. I know that they're a great way of getting citizen input, but they're also intensely limited. They have less authority than you do. They are advisory bodies, and they're not accountable to the people of Albany. This body is accountable for dealing with everything that the city of Albany has to deal with. And to offer a contrasting example, Berkeley, our neighboring city, has a rather deserved reputation for taking a long time to get through things. They have a lot of committees, they have a lot of subcommittees everything has to go through, but they have been taking pretty direct action on this. They've been offering ordinances, discussing them, voting on ordinances to change how they police in Berkeley. And that's due to their city council members really spearheading that effort of writing ordinances, discussing them, bringing them to votes. And I think that leadership is part of any city council's job, including this city council. I think what a lot of these speakers are communicating is that, unfortunately, at the rate that this is going right now, this might not be handled by this council. It might have to be handled by the next council after an election, when there's going to be less energy behind this issue, when there's going to be less scrutiny around this issue. And I think that would be a huge shame for our city. And while this change, I think, will happen eventually, now is the moment where it needs to happen, and I really hope it does. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Milo Kearney, go ahead.
Hi, I just had a couple extra comments. The first was that, the council's made it pretty clear that they find the many comments redundant. However, the whole point of redundancy is a backup in case something doesn't work. None of these comments are new. I was at the last meeting too. These issues were also brought up there. They somehow didn't find their way onto this meeting's agenda. So it seems like redundancy is kind of the point here. But the comments have been really clear, both in the last meeting and this meeting, that people see the current police budget and they either don't understand why we're allocating that much money, or they do understand and they don't like it. But the bottom line is that the budget of this city is, one, non-transparent, and two, not satisfying the people who are paying for the budget. Previous speaker Linus was right that the entire police budget is kind of shrouded in vagueness. I couldn't find an itemized report or a breakdown of their budget anywhere, despite spending a long time searching for it. And I'd like to point out that in other experiences I've had with public budgets, especially at my college, they require a public record of itemized expenses whenever they okay funding for something. And it's public, you can search it up, you can see what the police, in this case, would be spending their money on, and you'd be able to scrutinize that budget. And I've also been to Albany meetings, like PTSA meetings, site council meetings, school board meetings, and at every single one of those small government meetings, I've noticed that the budget has always been a total mystery to those who didn't personally okay the costs. And I think that that is a big problem in Albany and in other governments. And it's definitely contributing to this problem. But I think people have been really overwhelmingly clear that they want to see the police budget reviewed. They want to know what's in the police budget, and we want to know whether or not that budget is actually worth it, so to speak. And I find it surprising that the council didn't put any sort of discussion on the agenda. I would encourage you to do that in the future, since, as you have pointed out, as a council as a whole, these comments are getting kind of redundant. I think everybody who's making a comment would like to see some actual action be taken in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Anna Baker-Haynes, go ahead.
Hi. I, along with many Albany residents, have been emailing, calling, and speaking to call for a deep dive into the Albany PD budget and a community discussion around defunding the police. We have not been heard or respected. And I wanted to share the fact that Councilmember Barnes responded to my email inquiry about this week's agenda, saying that he would look me up in the Albany High yearbook. He offered no response to the questions or concerns I voiced. This is both creepy and disrespectful. The City Council needs to start treating these issues as the serious life and death matter that they are. We need to defund the police and create real anti-racist reforms and policies. Albany needs to address its history of racism and specifically anti-Black racism and start taking action. At a minimum, this means listening to and respecting community members and their stories. I hope a comprehensive review and discussion of the Albany PD budget is on the next agenda. And to echo previous speakers, this will not go away. We will keep emailing, protesting, speaking up. So step up. You have the chance to make real, lasting, meaningful change in your community. Please do so. And please respond respectfully to your emails. Your job is an honor. Please take it seriously. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Alec Hazel, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Cool. Hi, my name is Alex Hazel, and I'm a UC Berkeley alum and current resident of Albany. I would also like to echo the sentiments of those that have spoken in support of defunding the police and addressing systemic racism in our community. The purported redundancy of these comments should be an obvious indication that Albany residents consider this to be a serious issue and that you should not respond to it with ambivalence. I believe that the proposed resolution to survey Albany's demography may be well-intentioned, but is overall inadequate. People all over the Bay have been speaking out for specific demands, and your response so far seems to disregard them instead of working them into active discussion. Instead of meager gestures, you all need to take action. I agree with many of the previous speakers, and especially Cassia, Randall, and Susan regarding their suggestions. We need a citizen oversight board. We need alternative first responder programs, restorative justice programs, and mental health programs, and eventual defunding of the police. I hope you all take these requests seriously. You have the power to enact change in this community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Portia, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Portia Noble, and I'm an alumni of AUSD. And I frankly am disappointed in you all. Saying that we have saying to try to make us have less time is saying that our thoughts are invalid. That we as the people you are to serve are not worth your time. I am fed up with your bullshit, and as I have heard from other speeches, that is that if you're upset about my use of profanity, then the amount of money being stifled to police over schools, social workers, housing, and other programs that could help our community, then you need to do better. Stop trying to defend yourself. You sound like a child who's been caught lying. Own up like the grown-ass adults you are. Sorry. Each and every one of you has benefited from a system of systemic racism. You have more privilege than I could ever imagine having, but I also recognize that I have more privilege than most. Please, please recognize that you are in a position to create change beyond the right side of history. There's only one side you should be on, and that is the side of the people.
You have been elected to represent the people, and the people have been saying one thing. We need a discussion and have a plan to defund the police. You are either racist or not, so what are you? Defunding the police is not complicated. When you say you don't agree with the phrase, you're saying you're okay with systemic racism. Have you done any research to try to see where our views are coming from? This is your job to oversee the police, and you don't seem to stand by your statement that we, the members of the Albany City Council, would like to reaffirm that we welcome and value all of our diverse community members, regardless of where they are from, who they love, how they worship, how they look, their gender identity, their abilities, their economic status, or how they vote. We invite the entire Albany community to join with us in creating a safe and welcoming city, one in which we celebrate our differences and learn from each other, one in which we are proud to raise our children. Because if you are saying that you stand by the statement, you have a really funny way of showing it. I also wanted to echo the voices of those before me. Please educate yourselves, defund the police, fund programs that create equity. And as I said in the last meeting, because I've been to a few of these and I'm shocked by the amount that you guys haven't listened, is that you guys need to do better.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Davidson family, go ahead.
Hi, this is on a different topic a little bit, but it follows up some of the other speakers. I received an email response from one of the council members that was similar to what someone just brought up, and I do just want to call out the unprofessionalism in the responses to your public. You are voted in to represent the citizens of Albany. Responding to them in ways that say that they might think that they should have preferential treatment or criticizing their actions as volunteers in your city does not make any sense. Saying things to people that could be considered sexist or demeaning is inappropriate for a council member. This needs to be taken seriously, and we need to look at those who are representing our city right now as you're interacting with all of us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Will, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Great. I just wanted to talk about my experience with the police personally. When I was back, I'm a former Albany High School student, and my main experience with the police has been specifically when Officer Bellman, I'm unaware if he's still an officer, but he came into our 9th grade health class, and he actively told us that essentially if he thought you had a gun, like walking out of Gordo's, if he thought you had a gun, he would not hesitate to pull his own weapon and use deadly force to protect himself. And I think that it's very appalling that that is kind of the first thing that was my first interaction with the Albany police. I just also want to reiterate that I think that it is your jobs really to take notice of like how prevalent of an issue this is for your residents. And I hope that you all can do better in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And City Clerk, I believe that's the last speaker.
That's what I see too.
Yes, looks like it. Okay, thank you. I'd just like to say a few things. As part of running this meeting, my job is both to make sure that everyone is heard, as well as to be efficient. My remarks about being efficient were insensitive, given the nature of these comments. I did not mean to stifle the comments or conversation, and apologies if it came across that way. Since this is good to the city, we cannot comment and discuss these items at this time, but I would like to make a few factual statements that might help. The City Council previously referred a discussion of racism to the SEJC, Social and Economic Justice Commission, and did put it on their work plan, amended their work plan for that. We referred a discussion of a mural, Black Lives Matter mural, to the Arts Committee, and the discussion of the budget is ongoing, and we expect to have more substantial discussions of the budget in September. Thank you very much. Moving on to the next agenda item, would be council subcommittee reports and council member reports on appointed representation and other meetings and events. First, item 7.1 would be city council subcommittees. Would any council member like to report on a subcommittee? I believe Vice Mayor McQuaid, you were raising your hand.
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
I have a report, excuse me, on our Altabate subcommittee. I believe you kind of asked about these things at a meeting fairly recently, so I'm sort of catching us up on some legislation. AB 2037, which is being carried by Assemblymember Wicks. And I'm just going to read you a summary of it. It increases the amount of notice that a hospital that provides emergency medical services is required to provide from at least 90 days to 180 days before planned reduction or elimination in the level of EMS. It also increases the notice requirements from 30 days prior to closing a hospital facility to at least 180 days prior, and from 30 days prior to eliminating or relocating a supplemental service to at least 90 days prior, and includes additional matters in which public notices must be posted. And at this point, this legislation is in the Senate Health Committee. And I also want to catch you up on some information regarding a lawsuit that was filed by the Attorney General accusing Sutter Health of using its market dominance in Northern California to illegally drive up prices. 6 months after agreeing to a $575 million settlement, Sutter is yet to pay a single dollar. No operational changes have gone into effect. In June, lawyers for Sutter filed a motion requesting that the San Francisco Superior Court judge delay approval of the settlement for an additional 90 days due to catastrophic losses stemming from the COVID-19 pandemic. In court documents supporting its request, Sutter argues the pandemic has upended final landscape for hospitals and made numerous aspects of the agreement untenable. The Attorney General has acknowledged the difficult circumstances, but state lawyers say the settlement is binding and should not be delayed further. So we'll keep watching that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Would any other subcommittees like to report? Well, it's not much of a report, but I'll say that the cannabis subcommittee on which Councilmember Moss and I sit was contacted by a third party, by a private party who is interested in doing cannabis business in the city. I'm hoping that the August recess will allow me time to devote to that subcommittee and come back to the council with more on that item. Any other subcommittee? Seeing not, let's go to city council body appointments. Would anyone wish to speak on have a report on a meeting where they were an appointed representative of Albany? I might be the only one on that one. So let's see. We had a stop waste meeting where we had a final report on the WELO Bay Friendly Rescape California efforts, which are the efforts to do landscaping with water friendly or water saving plants. And I have a follow-up. I need to ask the staff if we are in compliance with WELO. It's the first time I'd heard of that acronym, but I can follow up on that. And so that was an interesting report. We've saved a lot of water by doing bay-friendly and water-saving landscape. EVCE meeting is pretty important. We voted to affirm that we are not shutting off anyone's electricity during this time, during the time of COVID. And more importantly, we approved a budget, and we unfortunately had to reduce the discount of the lowest priced product, which is which is, what is the lowest price product called? Bright Choice. It was a 1.5 price of 1.5 discount, 1.5% discount to PG&E. We reduced the discount to 1%. And as I mentioned in the previous meeting, the current product that we have, Brilliant 100, which everyone has opted into, is not sustainable. It does not pay for itself. Action on that has been deferred till September, but in the meantime, new enrollment in Brilliant 100 has been closed. And I have been in discussion with staff about this as well, as to what we could do to either save Brilliant 100, or if Brilliant 100 product has to go away, what would the city of Albany do? Would we default down? Would we default up? So quite concerning, as it is a budgetary matter, as well as a matter that would impact our greenhouse gas inventory. So please let me know if you have any questions about that. We had a retreat as well where we talked about power procurement. The Alameda CTC met as well. Nothing much new here, except that I wanted to note that the Valley Link comment period, on which I previously spoke, ends July 13th. So that's a week from today, it looks like. So I have asked the staff about whether or not we should extend the comment period, as the comment period was set for the default minimum of 45 days. And this is an important project that might very well behoove them to have a longer comment period and a more robust dialogue with stakeholders. And that's my reports on meetings attended as a appointed representative. Anyone else, or any questions on those? And then finally, any other meetings that council members would like to report? Yes, Councilmember McQuaid. Vice Mayor.
That's fine. Just a lot of webinars. I'm still participating weekly with the business community and city staff. We had a East Bay Division meeting, which I think all of us actually were there. And I participated in the Mayors and Council Members Forum hosted by the League of California Cities. I've been to several school districts reopening, how to reopen school meetings. And like I said, lots of webinars. Thank you.
Thank you. Council members Moss, Nason, Barnes, any meetings you'd like to report? Other than the ones already. Lots of webinars. And I think mine were already mentioned. I don't know if Vice Mayor mentioned the school reopening meetings that we participated in, and the bi-weekly now COVID calls as well, I can mention. And I think that does it. Any other reports on meetings? If not, going back to my agenda, I see that the next agenda item is the city manager report. Nicole?
Thank you, Mayor. Quick update for you. The staff is really focused on the ongoing pandemic and how we best respond to that. Our Emergency Operations Center continues to be functional and aware of our current situation, how to best address that, and to really work dynamically as the situation continues to carry forward. Unfortunately, we have had some exposures locally, and we're really looking at ways on how we can best manage this with the unknowns we have. Also, some quick updates from different departments. We will have an Albany Cares presentation tomorrow, July 7th at 10 a.m. This is an in-depth presentation on the local services and resources available to seniors at Albany residents. We have a Zoom virtual presentation scheduled for that. Also, the Recreation and Community Services Department is still incredibly busy, again, delivering those core services at this critical time. We've distributed about, 4,500 meals to date, about 300 brown bags, 3,000 in-person or phone call assistance, and 100 essential items delivered. So again, just really trying to focus on those core services and serving our local community. The nomination filing period for candidates for the upcoming election opens July 13th. So that's right around the corner through August 7th. For folks interested in running for the November election, again, we have 3 seats for City Council, 2 seats for the Albany Unified School District Board of Education. You can go to our website under the City Clerk Department to make an appointment to obtain those candidate nomination papers. And also, we have launched another program to support our local businesses and have reached out to local gyms should they need outdoor space for their programs. They're encouraged to contact our recreation department for a rental of those open spaces to hopefully carry forward some of those classes. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And the Albany Cares presentation you mentioned, that's tomorrow, and that's on the city on the calendar on the city's website.
That's right. And for anyone interested, let me just repeat the phone number so that you can get that registration. It is 510-524-9122.
Thank you. Any questions from council members? If not, we'll move along to the next agenda item. That would be item 9, presentation. Seeing no presentations under item 9, we'll move on to item 10, public hearing. And the first public hearing is item 10.1, public hearing to authorize collection of delinquent garbage bills by placement on the county tax rolls. Staff report? No.
Good evening, City Council members. The resolution before you confirms the annual special assessment list for delinquent residential garbage bills and authorizes the delinquent charges to be placed on the county tax rolls. For health and safety reasons, Waste Management is required to continue regular weekly residential collection services even when unable to obtain payment for past due bills. In 2013, Council passed an ordinance to authorize collection of delinquent garbage bills by placement on the Alameda County tax rolls. Accounts that were over 90 days past due in January of this year received 4 delinquency notices from Waste Management and a final request for payment from the city. Unpaid balances under $20 were not included on the list, and multifamily and commercial properties are exempt from the process. Once approved, the Finance Department will send the list to the county and the amount will be placed on the property tax bill. If the bill is paid in full, the assessment will not remain on the property. I'm happy to take any questions if you have any about the process.
Questions from council members? Yes, Vice Mayor.
We received an inquiry about connecting people that are on that list with Albany Cares. And I believe we've done that in the past. Is it possible to do it again?
Yes, we sent a list to Albany Cares to our team at Albany Cares, and we'll be doing postcards soon.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciated that correspondence that came to us, especially during these times. Any other questions, comments? Questions maybe at this time. We do have one member of the public who has raised his hand. So we'll go to public comment now. City Clerk, please.
Go ahead, Jeremiah.
Thank you. Two questions. I've been hearing this for the past couple of years. Are these the same people that are doing this year after year? You know, are these people trying to take advantage of this policy? Because I've known about this policy for maybe 3 or 4 years now, and it sure seems like a good idea once you're aware of this. Once you're aware of this policy, if you guys are just going to be paying to make sure it's not the same people doing this year after year, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments. Seeing no other public comment, I'll bring it back to council for any final comments. I guess I'll ask, does staff have any data on, oh, sorry, there's one panelist. Vice Mayor, are you still requesting to speak, or was that from a previous item previously? Okay.
Sorry.
No worries. I would ask if the city has any data on whether or not there's overlap from year to year on the properties that are on the list.
There can be overlap from year to year. Some people choose to just pay their garbage bills this way. So we do see overlap, but then there are also different accounts. So it's a little bit different every year, but around the same number.
Okay. Thank you for that. So if there's no other comments, I believe that we have to, this is an action item, we have to adopt a resolution. Would anyone care to make that motion?
I'll move resolution 2020-67, confirming the special assessment list for delinquent residential garbage bills and authorizing delinquent charges be placed on the county tax rolls.
I'll second that.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Moss, seconded by Councilmember Nason. City Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Barnes,
Yes.
Councilmember Moss,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McQuaid,
Yes.
Mayor Pilch,
Yes.
and the motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to the next item, 10.2, which is repealing of Municipal Code Section 4.4, telephone, gas, and electricity users tax, first reading. Staff, please.
Just a minute. Sorry. Good evening, Council. The item before you tonight is for your consideration is the repealing of the Albany Municipal Code Section 4.4 titled Telephone, Gas, and Electricity Users Tax. This section was originally adopted in 1958 and last amended in 1995 by council actions, imposing tax levied for services provided to telephone, gas, and electricity users. In 2010, Albany Municipal Code Section 4-11 titled Utility Users Tax, also known as the Electric, Gas, and Communication User Tax Law, was codified with the passage of Measure O, or Ordinance Number 2010-03. Based on the City Attorney's recommendation, this repeal ordinance is a cleanup to eliminate possible confusion of the utility users tax. Staff is recommending the council to repeal Section 4-4 in its entirety, including all subsections. With that, I'll turn this over to the City Attorney if council has any question on the language of the repeal ordinance. Thank you.
Any questions from council? Seeing none, I'll see if there's any public comment. Any public comment on this item? Use the raise hand feature if you have public comment that you want to make on any item. I mean, use the feature as the item comes up. I do see one comment, one member of the public wishing to comment. City Clerk, please.
Go ahead.
Yeah, is this for the unfinished business after 11:3? Is this the public comment for unfinished business?
No, this is for the.
Is this the comment for unfinished business?
This is for the public hearing item under 10-2.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm just waiting for unfinished business for make a public comment. Oh boy. Sorry.
Okay, bringing it back to council. Any last questions or comments from council members? This is an action item. We do, the vice mayor, I think, did raise her hand.
Right, I'll make a motion. Are you ready for that, Mr. Mayor? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll move that we introduce for first reading ordinance number 2020-08, repealing section 4-4, telephone, gas, and electricity users tax of the Albany Municipal Code.
I'll second.
All right, moved by Vice Mayor McQuaid, seconded by Councilmember Nason. City Clerk, would you do the roll call, please?
Councilmember Barnes?
Yes.
Councilmember Moss?
Yes.
Councilmember Nason?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McQuaid?
Yes.
And Mayor Pilch?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, moving on to item 10.3, still under public hearing, which is the public hearing on the levy of assessments within assessment district number 1988-1 for fiscal year 2021, pursuant to the Landscaping Lighting Act of 1972. Staff report, please.
Yes, Mayor, Council. This is a public hearing on the levy of assessments within Assessment District 88-1 for fiscal year 2021. So this is actually the second piece of a two-step process. If you recall, last meeting on June 15th, Council approved 3 resolutions. The first one initiated the proceedings for levying this assessment. The second resolution approved the annual report. Now this report is where we detail the method to calculate the assessment and detail how we're going to use the funds. And then the third resolution set today as the public hearing for levying the assessment. So tonight's action is also multi-step. We're going to confirm the diagram and assessment, which is essentially the details of the engineering report. Then we're going to levy the tax. And then finally, we're going to order that the tax be added to the assessment be added to the tax rolls. With that, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hurley. Any questions from council members? Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I guess this is more of a comment, but I'll try to weave a question into it. Looking at the engineer's report for descriptions, oh wait, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong page. No, I wasn't. On page 2.1, I think it's outdated, and I don't call them for the whole report, but I would like to see us get it fixed before we go too much further. When it talks about park maintenance, it doesn't mention Jules Terrace Park, and it refers to the future Pierce Street Park. So I think those two things need to be corrected. The rest of the document's fine, but I think we do need to get those two things fixed.
Yeah, fair enough. That's my oversight, and I've already corrected it in a draft that I have set aside for next year.
Great, thank you, Mark.
Thank you. And any other questions from council members? And I do not see any members of the public wishing to speak on this item. So I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council. I'll say that I did have some questions for staff about this one. This is a bit of an outdated and outdated way of raising funds, I believe, is my understanding, and we must go through this process of doing the engineering report. But we do have an opportunity in, well, at this time, probably in future elections, to redo this and ask if we can, ask the voters if we could do another measure that's simpler. We don't, this particular, the correspondence I had with staff was about why we cannot raise the fees here, but this particular vehicle did not have a CPI, did not have any way of tracking the price index, tracking inflation. So we are stuck with levying pretty much the same amounts every year. That's my understanding. Please, staff, correct me if I'm wrong in any of that. So that's where we are.
Are you
and
looking?
If there's no, sorry, Councilmember Nason.
I just wanted to say, are you looking for a motion?
Yes, please.
Okay, I will move the resolution confirming the assessment and ordering the levy for the landscaping and lighting assessment district number 1988-1 for fiscal year 2020-21.
I'll second.
All right, moved by Councilmember Nason, seconded by Councilmember Barnes. Would you call the roll, please, City Clerk?
Councilmember Barnes,
Yes.
Councilmember Moss,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McQuaid,
Yes.
and Mayor Pilch.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Now we are on to the item 11, unfinished business. And under item 11 are two items, the first of which is 11.1, which is the consultant services to assist the city's Social and Economic Justice Commission and the City Council in the development of an action plan to address systemic racism and further inclusivity and social equity within the City of Albany. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is provided to the council in follow-up and based on direction provided by the council to staff at your last meeting. Staff was tasked with turning to look for a experienced consultant to help guide us through conversations and develop an action plan regarding the issues that have come up through the mayor's town hall recently and overall systemic racism as included in the mayor's memo on this topic at your previous council meeting. Based on that direction from the council, staff worked quickly to identify consultants with experience in our local community. One of the contacts we reached out to was the Albany Unified School District, given that during the town hall and other conversations we've heard, the school district comes up fairly frequently in terms of recent experiences and concerns with regard to issues experienced within the school system. As such, we had a conversation with the consultant that the school district is currently using. This is a recent engagement with this consultant under the newer administration at the school district to understand her ability to perhaps provide us a proposal and to help support the direction that the mayor had given in his memo to Social and Economic Justice Commission. Again, there was an interest to add some clarity to that as what next steps we could develop that are tangible and actionable. In your agenda materials tonight, you will see included a proposal from the consultant, as well as her extreme expertise in the field. You've also received numerous public comments on this item. And as part of the staff report, the request is that the council provide additional direction with regard to how this topic is continued, and perhaps there is a review of what level the topic and discussion occur. Perhaps it is at the council meeting level. These are things I'm repeating from what I've heard. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, and certainly available to provide input as your discussion continues forward on this critical priority topic.
Thank you for your report. Are there questions from council members? Looks like no. Oh, we have one question, Councilmember Moss.
Yes, thanks. In the staff report, it says that we can provide further. We're going to perhaps pass a resolution that starting this process with this consultant, and then the second part of that is that we might be applying some further direction towards what the consultant is taking on. Is that how am I reading that essentially correctly?
Yes, and you'll see the proposal is developed to some extent in the materials submitted to the council. If there's direction from the council in terms of how the program goes forward, we can certainly continue that conversation with the consultant. I should add that as drafted, it's about a 1-year process that is proposed, and it's envisioned that that would continue over the course of many years to come to ensure accountability over time, and that this subject remains a priority.
Okay, well, I may have some comments about further direction beyond what I've seen in the report, but just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Moss. A question, Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, I'm curious about the process of consultant selection. Well, I guess this is more for comments, but it does seem this is a consultant with a lot of depth in education, but I don't see much background in policing, which seems to be the issue of greatest concern for this at this time. What can you tell us a little bit about how the consultant selection process proceeded?
Sure. Based on the direction from your last meeting, it was to find a consultant and bring a proposal back, and that's what we've done. We found this consultant to be of interest because she already has experience within our community with the same people that you're hearing from as calling in or have participated thus far. Are there other consultants out there? Absolutely. And if we have more time, then we could probably do a more robust search if that is the direction given. In terms of expertise really to examine police policies and items under that topic area. Basically what's envisioned right now is a citywide process to have a large and in-depth conversation on the issues that reach across all topic areas. One of those is absolutely the police department. And as that item comes up, it's highly likely that we will need other folks with expertise in that particular field. And the thought was once we had some additional conversations, you'll see some listening sessions are proposed, we could start synthesizing what questions we want answered and how to best facilitate that process specifically with our police department as a partner in this overall conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions at this time? We do have some public comment. If there are no other questions from council members, let's move on to public comment. And City Clerk, please.
Art Grossman, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, members of the council. I've reviewed the staff report and consulting proposal. My comment's going to be really about both 1 and 2. And I do need to raise some concerns. It appears that Ms. Anderson is well recommended and has a strong background in issues of equity and anti-racist education. We'll certainly need such a resource. Her focus has been almost exclusively on schools, but if she feels able to provide the information we need on city government, policing, and other issues, I imagine she has the skills and contacts necessary to do this research. As I read it, though, the contract doesn't give her any time to do this. The staff report and the proposal itself is presented to you, I want you to know, with no input from the commission. Many of us on the commission have taught, worked, consulted, written, and organized around issues of diversity, equity, social justice, and services. We could have helped to shape the approach. Presumably that's why you appointed us. This proposal, I think, would have been more timely 2 years ago when the commission asked council to approve a survey of city residents on issues of equity and inclusion, followed by public hearings, which unfortunately you did not approve. We've received, as you know, hundreds of letters on the need to address racism and policing issues, more than I can remember having seen on any other issue in this town. And certainly the conversation tonight underlies that concern. Listening sessions and staff education programs are important, but they don't need to delay focusing on hearings and action. We can begin to make concrete recommendations about policing policy and practices. We can hold public hearings and develop proposals to re-envision Albany's concept of public safety, shifting to a positive, proactive, community-building approach using appropriately trained people rather than loading issues onto the police for which they are not the appropriate interveners. We can investigate the experience of our young people in the Albany schools, and Ms. Anderson will be a perfect resource for that. As we work on these issues, listening sessions and public hearings may raise other concerns, but we don't have to wait for these in order to begin. I would like to see the central focus of this effort be on change-making, rather than having a somewhat vague focus on resolutions to be the fourth of 5 outcomes. Knowledge and attitude change are worthwhile endeavors, and these efforts should be made. But many of the people of Albany are demanding that the city identify and change racist policies, practices, and funding now. I urge you not to approve the plan as submitted in the staff report at this time. Please allow the commission to meet, to review this proposal, to talk with Ms. Anderson, and discuss how to move quickly so we can start submitting recommendations to you this summer. We need to move thoughtfully on issues of racism in Albany, but we need to move seriously, and we need to move now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Cheryl, go ahead.
Hi, Cheryl said it. And thank you, Councilmember Mason, for bringing this up. I'm really concerned about the consultant selection. And the last speaker just brought up that Ms. Anderson sounds very well suited for doing anti-racism education, and she's very focused on the schools. What I'm more concerned about is how was the consultant selected? As somebody who does this for a living, not just, and who has been a consultant in this area, but who also is a procurement professional, I'm more concerned with a government entity not going through publishing an RFP and publishing these so that people have, that this is an open, fair, competitive process. And that your commission did not have an input on this is concerning. What's most disconcerting is that you're still, there's a tone deafness in that you're not hearing the voice of the people and that you're putting a Band-Aid on this issue. You can't just pick anyone to do this work. I've been doing this compliance work for over 25 years. This sounds just like what happened at Albany High when we had the issues a couple of years ago, when you just pick someone and threw it at the students, and the students reacted poorly to having just any consultant come in to try and do this talking to them, and they did not like the restorative justice process because it was someone who they did not respect, they did not hear, and it was not a trusted messenger. all skin folk and kinfolk, honey. Just because someone has brown skin does not mean they're trusted messengers. Just because someone has been in the community sometimes does not mean they're trusted messengers. Just because someone can write something on a piece of paper does not mean they're trusted messengers. You gotta have people who've been doing the work on the ground level, who've been doing the work, and who people are going to trust to bring the message forth. So that means that you need to publish this RFP, and you need to have some meaningful conversations, and you need to get down and make sure that people understand the difference between equality and equity, and who can do the education at the level that the community is asking for, that they have the policing experience, and that we're not doing just the surface work, that we're going to have the tough and courageous conversations that need to be had. And so I'm asking you can approve this as it's presented, because you're just putting a Band-Aid on the issue. It's not approvable in the way that it's presented tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Randall, go ahead.
Hello, this is Randall Ma. I spoke earlier in the meeting about defunding the police. I'll be quick. I just want to echo the previous comments about having an expedited timeline for Resolution 11.1. I think a year is like fairly long. Like I understand this is supposed to be an ongoing process, but also it is immediately clear to me that this is something that we need to take action on now. And also that we're not going to have, say, turnover on the Justice Commission itself before like we're actually able to take action. I also want to echo the previous sentiment about, I believe Cheryl, the previous speaker, talked about having courageous conversations. I think that for us to talk about concepts like defunding the police abolition, these types of things, the conversation that we're really having is one that is budgetary. It is one where we need to study what other cities have done, cities like Albany or cities larger than Albany in other metropolitan areas. I do have quite a bit of concern about us hiring an education specialist to basically tell the city what we should do in terms of budgeting, in terms of policy, in terms of deeply, deeply political issues. So that's all I have to say. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Greg Downs.
Hi, I'm Greg Downs. I'm the chair of the SEJC. I appreciate your time. Staff informed myself and the SEJC vice chair last week that they had contacted Ms. Anderson, and they conveyed their enthusiasm about working with her. And I appreciate their work on this issue and in making that contact. And I'm eager to begin working with whomever the city contracts with so SEJC can get to work developing a plan of action to present to you, the council. However, I have significant reservations about the resolution and the consulting proposal. I believe they should be revised to reflect, one, a speedy timeline in which SEJC begins to deliver proposals to council by late summer, early fall 2020, so that council can begin to act this year, even as the consultant continues ongoing long-term work on the project of facilitating broader conversations. Two, a clear statement that policing should be the first area of engagement and that the consultant should dedicate time to gathering data on police policies, budgets, and public oversight in Albany and other communities to inform community discussion in SEJC follow-up meetings on this topic. And three, a clear statement that SEJC guides the commission's process and that the consultant works with SEJC to further SEJC's efforts to fulfill the responsibility council assigned to SEJC at the last meeting. In more detail, as we all know, the public has weighed in vast numbers in emails from city residents, public comments today, in the last council meeting, the prior town hall. We have a sense of some basic facts. Many people want Albany to examine its policing policies, oversight, and budget to ensure we utilize our public safety funds to support Albany's commitment to anti-racism. We've also heard that many members of the public want and expect action. I also believe the public wants and demands a very quick public and in-person response from the police department to the questions the public has posed, a response that cannot be confined to an FAQ or moved into the fall or winter, but could be delivered in an SEJC public meeting. The SEJC is eager to hear and synthesize the different views of members of the public, to collect and analyze data, and to recommend action plans. But the consultant proposal does not reflect those priorities, does not have a close focus on policing, suggests a broad focus more akin to educational or corporate DEI work, which is important and can be one prong of the process, but not the only. So I believe it should be rewritten to reflect that sense of priorities. Second, I have concerns about the timeline. Our SEJC terms and several council members' terms expire within months. A process that's only partly underway in November or December will then need to restart at vast loss of time and waste of resources to no good ends in the second half of the consultant's contract. And this delay may well be seen as a bad faith effort to avoid engaging with those issues. And third, expertise. Does this consultant have experience dealing with the questions that have arisen about budgets and police policy? So I would like for council to, I thank staff for their work in developing this process and engaging with the consultant, and would like to ask council to alter it to reflect those concerns about priority, timeline, and process.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Brian Beal, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Brian Beal. I'm a 13-year Albany resident, former member of the Social and Economic Justice Commission. I've also had 5 years of involvement in the Albany Police Department through their different community policing efforts. What I think about this issue, I'm gonna have to go with Bart and Cheryl and the others in saying, you know, something's not quite right about the way this contract was selected. On the other hand, I do want to acknowledge, I think the situation that we're in demands fast action. I think the staff probably, if they erred on the, I think they erred on the side of expediting the matter. I think in regards to the length of the contract, looking at how the FCJC appointment coincides with city council elections. So that gives us 6 months remaining in the year. So 1 year doesn't sound like the right contract term. What I would recommend you do, so back to this person, they sound like a good choice maybe for some short-term help. Because, you know, we've got, this is July, there's no meetings in August. You've only got four months in the year to do something. So I think it would be great to get some help. You know, I mean, if we reject this proposal, or if you can, my recommendation would go back, ask this person if they can cut it to 6 months. Work with the SCJC, help them move along, work on, you know, getting, maybe you can get more than one person. You know, maybe you could get people with different skills in the community. But I think that by approving money to have a consultant, the City Council of Albany is demonstrating a commitment to solving this problem. On the other hand, you know, as there was pointed out, there needs to be, in general, you know, more selection process. So I'm kind of torn both ways. And my suggestion is, you know, try to get a shorter term contract from this person or someone else to help through the end of the year, and then work a deeper process in January when we have new commission members, new city council members, and let's put some effort into some long-term, maybe a 1 or 2 year contract on this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Jeremiah, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for your time. So yeah, it sounds like to me, it's a lot of people kind of agreeing with my thoughts. Seems kind of expensive for 10 days. I would suggest call some of her clients, you know, that she's so proud of. Call some of her other clients and see if they like her, and see if she actually was worth her money and was worth her time. Another thing is it's COVID-19 season right now. So how effective is she going to be? I mean, she can't really meet with people It looks like it's going to cost us, the city, what, $6,000 or $3,000 for a survey development. I mean, why don't you have a high school student make a survey, or the public make a survey on questions that they want answered? And that could be the survey for free. It just kind of seems like she's trying to put another pin on her map. You know, the California map right there with all those pins on it. Seems like she's just trying to add Albany to it. You know, it seems kind of like a scam almost, like the DoubleTree scam for those real estate classes or whatever. But they're just trying to sell you on something. So I hope Albany's city council is smarter than this, and we're not just being sold on a consultant that makes $30,000 in 10 days. You do the math. If you make $30,000 10 days, how much do you make in a year? $300 million. So yeah, I like Brian's suggestion. Maybe get another consultant for the rest of the year, someone a little cheaper, someone that specializes in more of this thing. I think this person is just trying to give us an outline, and we're just trying to still got to figure this out ourselves. And if we have this social and economic justice committee, and we have to hire a consultant to help them figure out what the committee's supposed to figure out, I mean, it sounds like we got to hire a consultant for every committee because the committee doesn't know what they're doing. It's kind of sad. So please rethink this, lady. I'm not sure why I think you guys took the word social out of the economic and social and economic justice committee. Now it seems like it's just the economic justice committee. You guys took the word social out of it. Same thing with the transportation and safety committee. Now it's just a transportation committee. So now you don't got safety and you don't have social. So you got to create a new committee now called the Safety and Social Committee, since you took those out. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Susan, go ahead.
Hi, this is Susan Moffett. Like others, I think there's a lot of value in the kind of training and conversations in equity inclusion that this consultant offers. However, the proposal doesn't include the creation of some really important data, and I think that the proposal should be changed to include specifically a detailed analysis of the Albany police budget structure and recent spending compared to similar cities over past 10 years. We need a consultant who really has worked with dozens of police departments and has looked at innovations in restorative justice and alternative first responders, changes to incentives, who has a deep knowledge of how change happens. Similarly, we need a detailed analysis of Albany social services budgets and structures, including mental health, housing, and anti-poverty services compared to other cities. That's a whole another area of expertise. All of these issues involve labor and contracts and complexities of municipal and state, county, federal funding. And we need somebody who can tell us how to do these things. We need an analysis of the feasibility of shifting certain first responder responsibilities away from the police and toward social workers or mental health workers. That too takes expertise from somebody who has studied this specifically across many jurisdictions. We need to know not just the why and the what of anti-racism, but the how of getting things done in the context of the constraints that we're dealing with. I would like there to be a timeline. The plan, the last item in the proposal about the survey, it doesn't say whether the survey is going to be done during the course of the year or at the end of the year. It doesn't even say that the survey is going to be implemented, merely that the consultant would assist with the development so that the SCJC would be able to collect relevant information. That doesn't sound like the survey is actually part of the contract, the completion of the survey. The urgency of what we need is shown by the shooting of a man in San Leandro Walmart. That could have happened here at our Target. In Walnut Creek, a young man experiencing a mental health episode was shot in the middle of the street where he lived with his family. These kinds of, I don't want to call them tragedies because they are avoidable. They have to be prevented, and we need to have some urgency about this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Malia, go ahead.
Hi. So I'm a little bit confused because it seems to me like this council the council with all of the power is constantly referring to the Social and Economic Justice Committee and saying that, we're going to quote, give racism to SEJC, to quote Mayor Pilch's email that he sent me. But it also seems like when it comes to making these really important decisions, they don't have any power. And it seems like you're not actually asking them what they need, because it seems like multiple members of the SEJC have called in and are saying that this isn't actually necessarily what they want. So that to me doesn't make sense. And what it seems like is that you guys are diverting from the actual issue of defunding the police and trying to give things to SEJC without actually listening to them, which seems really problematic. The other thing is the city manager was, when asked about, this being an education focused contractor, she said that the contractor would focus on police issues, quote, as they come up. But that's quite concerning to me because it seems like this issue has already come up, and it feels like, or I'm afraid that people, although we absolutely need Black leadership and those people who need to be leading this movement 100%, what it feels like to me is that you guys are trying to contract someone outside rather than listening to the people who are telling you what the step is right now. What the immediate step is right now is defunding the police. And I don't think you need to hire someone else to tell you that. Could there be an outside contractor to do a more comprehensive plan? Absolutely. And that definitely seems like a great idea, but that does not seem like the first actionable step that needs to be taken. And the fact that that is the thing that's on this agenda and the police budget isn't on the agenda is a very, very clear symbol that you are focused on not actually targeting the immediate crisis that we're in right now. And that's super concerning to me. I have a couple other points that I want to make, which is that the $30,000 to pay this consultant, if a consultant is hired, whether it's this consultant or a different consultant, should 100% be coming from the police budget. There's no reason for that not to come from the police budget, and that needs to be in this conversation. Another thing is that I'm noticing that most people who I'm talking to on my screen don't seem to be taking notes or really listening. And that's quite concerning to me because the people of the city are literally coming. We're begging to you guys to take action and listen to us. And it seems like, quite frankly, most of you are just annoyed and inconvenienced and wanting for us to have shorter time and not to annoy you. And so I'm asking you, and I would love for someone to answer my question, what are you doing other than this? When are you defunding the police? Please give me a time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Corey, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. This is Corey Dosty. I'm back. I finished my numbers, and just an update. There were 74 comments from people who gave Albany addresses saying to defund the police, 3 who were concerned about the consultant, and 2 who were saying the city council should itself dive into the police budget to defund. There were an additional 119 people saying they were Albany residents, not giving an address, which I understand because it goes on public record, saying to defund the police, 11 saying the city council should dive into the public budget to defund. There were 6 folks identifying themselves as close to Albany, saying defund the police, and there were 46 people who said they were not from Albany or just didn't say where they were from, saying to defund the police. So that gives you some idea of the numbers. I want to support Greg Downs and Susan Moffat's voices especially, and I echo the concerns of the last speaker about the wisdom that we do have within the community. I understand that it is difficult to wrangle that, but I think that there are existing local organizations such as the Anti-Police Terror Project who have put forth a Black New Deal, have concrete policy suggestions and directions that we could be looking to, consult with and possibly hire. I think since the direction is about the police and about restructuring into having mental health services and services for the unhoused that are not through the police, as well as, decriminalizing things such as loitering and public urination, which serve to criminalize houselessness. That hiring someone who is focused on education doesn't seem to be the answer. And it is really concerning that it's not going through SEJC. And I would ask you, because that is your action item right now, to please not implement this right now, and to let SEJC meet tomorrow and give you the recommendations that you made them for, and for you to then listen to them before you take the big money investment action. I appreciate that you're trying to demonstrate that you're trying to move and make action, but I don't think that this is the right way to do it. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Brian Doss, go ahead.
How can everybody hear me? How you guys doing tonight? This is Brian Doss from the Albany Unified School District School Board. Man, it must be nice. I've been hearing all these people come and speak tonight. It must really feel good to have all this time to let's find somebody else and let's do more research, and we should do this and we should research that. It must be nice to have all that time. But as a Black man in America, as a Black man specifically in Albany, I don't have the time that everybody else has to do all this extra research. This is something that should have happened years ago. Nicole can do the job. So we need to give her the tools necessary to do the job. I was going to get gas earlier this evening, and I was going to pull into the AM PM, and I saw a Black woman being pulled over by the police. And as I was going to pull into the AM PM to get the gas, the police officer looked over at me, and I felt so uncomfortable that I didn't even get gas. I just went home. So no, we don't have time to let's look at 10 more consultants and let's do the research on this and do the research on that. The people that are being harmed by the systematic racism that is in place do not have all this time to wait. And I appreciate the people that have come and spoke, and they have time to do all this extra research. But the people that are being harmed by the situations in place do not have that time to wait. So you hire the consultant that you have, you let her get started on the work that she needs to do, and then we do more work and we hire more people. I have a couple of more comments. I'm going to say them quick. You can't put a price on racism. So the next person that says that it's too expensive, you're going to really have to explain to me how you can put a price on someone's life, because this work could and will save Black lives. So if you have all those signs in your lawn that say Black Lives Matter, now's the time for them to matter. So you can't put a price on that. Jeremiah, if you're going to get on here and talk about somebody, make sure you use their name. She's not some lady. Her name is Nicole Anderson, and she is a professional. So refer to her accordingly. So be respectful. I'm sorry that racism is inconvenient and that we can't find the perfect person that everybody likes. But we need to get this work done, and we need to get the work done now. And here's data for you. I've lived in Albany now for a little under 7 years, and I've been pulled over 15 times. There's data for you. So I don't know what other data that you need. The police need training, but the other individuals in the city need training as well. So no, we can't wait to find anybody else. Approve this tonight, and let's get started on the work.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Francesco, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, I don't envy your position as the city council tonight at all. you have two different things here. You're trying, I feel a sense that you want to do something, and you want to do something and do it with a committee that's kind of appropriate for it. But it doesn't seem like even the committee sees this as the best way of doing it right now, or in the best format. So I think it's better to think about it a little bit more, come up with a better plan, either getting feedback from the Social Economic Justice Committee from tomorrow, and before your next meeting, before the break. I also would like any decision that's made, make it also include in the decision that everyone knows who's involved and for how long. The Social and Economic Justice Committee doesn't meet that often to handle this issue. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, this is something that may need a more intense meetings than what they can handle. There's going to be an August recess, then September, we're going to be in the middle of an election. 3 of you on the council will not be here in a short period of time, and your appointees in the Social and Economic Justice Committee won't be there in a very short time. So I'm not sure what the right answer is, but you've gotten some great feedback from people tonight on this subject. And I think you need to just come up with a better plan than is presently proposed, and know when, and let us know exactly how and when it can be executed in over the next 6 months, before we have a complete change of council and commission. Also, let it be known to the people who think that this is a great and important issue that needs to be addressed. Get your candidate running for city council. This is an opportunity for you to bring all of these issues to bear on a council race that will be happening. And there'll be 3 candidates. There's 3 positions open on the council. So all you young activists, get active on running for city council or finding your candidate and getting those issues presented. Thanks, and good luck on this one.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Judy, go ahead.
Hi, thanks. Thank you very much for all the work that you're doing, and thank you in particular to the city manager for working with such urgency to get a consultant identified and appointed. As a member of the Social and Economic Justice Commission, I sort of see this as 2 different issues, really. There's a tremendous urgency in addressing the police budget and reallocating funds to public safety programs, including mental health, including social work programs, and issues related to violence prevention. And I'd like to maybe have the council consider separating out the longstanding issue of inclusivity and diversity and systemic racism and police brutality, because I think we're getting caught up in what is a huge, huge issue, and we need to move ahead. I think that Chair Gregory Downs pointed out 3 different priorities that would be 3 different directions that we need to think about, and I'd like to have us further discuss those. But my suggestion to the council tonight is that the issue of the police budget and police budgetary review be retained under the purview of the council, and that the issue of systemic racism, along with the consultant to do the heavy lifting and the hard work that the community is going to have to do to address systemic racism, stay with social and economic justice. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Chris Hernandez, go ahead.
Hi, I have a short message.
But the thing about a consultant, it kind of sounds like a diversion to me, because you don't need an outside contractor to defund the police by 50%, which is what everyone has been asking for. We didn't elect you to hire someone else to do the work. I am a young Latino man from Albany, and police have never been a system of security for me, but one that I always am in fear of. Once an officer followed me home. Is this what our taxes are paying for? Really? This is terrifying for me. Don't paint murals. Don't say you understand and respect people of color. Prove that you mean it by defunding the Albany police by at least 50% and reallocating those funds to actually help people. Where's the itemized list of the costs? We, the Albany citizens, are demanding that you take accountability and real action. We aren't going to stop until you do. I yield my time.
Thank you for your comments, and that appears to be the last public speaker. So I'll close the public hearing and bring the discussion back to council. Is there a council member who'd like to start?
Well, Nick, I'll start if no one else will.
Go ahead, council member Burns.
Well, several things. You know, I like Judy Kerr's comment, actually, that the long-term issue we moved to SEJC, like we have discussed, although I don't want to give them this contract as a fait accompli. I would like SEJC to meet with her tomorrow and have a discussion and see what they think they can work out with her. And, you know, if there's a good fit, and it seems like a good way to work out some of these long-term issues like, you know, structural racism and whatnot, then that's fine. You know, and this has been touched on a little bit, but we do lots of surveys when it comes to things like, you know, taxes, for example, how much we can charge for, you know, various types of taxes. I would actually like to see a statistically valid survey of Albany's citizens, and there's 20,000 of them, that could help guide us to identify what the issues really are. And I think we could maybe put that in the purview of SEJC as well, maybe the council, I don't know. And then there's the technical issue of looking at the police budget. You know, I spent many years in the 80s as a state government budget analyst. I have some concerns just about how digestible you can make that information quickly, both find it and make it digestible, and address all the policy issues simultaneously. I'll do this in a matter of a few months. That really seems pretty impossible. But first of all, the place to start would be just to find out if there are indeed consultants like that. Susan Moffett suggested there could be. I don't know, but I think we should maybe sort of do plan A. I'd like to see some kind of survey done as well, and then do a plan B, which is to look for another consultant that might help out on more of these technical police budgetary matters. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, council member. Is there another council member who wants to speak? Yes, council member Moss.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate what Francesco was saying about the challenge of the decision tonight. It is challenging. I mean, there's a lot of things at play here. I totally get that there is a great feeling about doing something about defunding the police in Albany by a number of Albany citizens. But you know, and I don't see how, even if every one of the council members agreed with this would go forward as quickly as I think some of them would like to see. but we are trying to make an effort to address some of these issues. A few quick things. I think Rochelle mentioned it right off the bat, and I was going to come up with this in my comments. This looks like a great consultant, somebody who knows Albany, has worked with the issues that happen in the school, but had little in her resume that it would explain why she could handle the police budgetary issues, to put it the way it's been put tonight. I wish she was here to answer some questions. I think that would have been helpful. But I presume she is not online, or she's not in one of the little squares on my screen. So I can't ask her about her experience in that aspect of this. Consequently, I actually like Michael's suggestion that we perhaps should let SEJC weigh in on who they think, or what, or maybe they could meet with her and ask her these questions about her experience with police budgetary issues and how this would could impact what's going on here in Albany, and get back to us for the last meeting in July. Otherwise, it's just very challenging right now, I would say, to the many kids and folks who called in wanting us to act immediately on defunding in the middle of the COVID crisis. That may not be important to them, but it is important to a number of people in Albany, and getting things done is particularly challenging right now around this. So, I was taking notes on many of these comments. The one comment I did hear is that 30,000 should be coming out of the police budget. I think if you looked at the agenda tonight, the 30,000 for this was coming out of the police budget. Those are my comments for now.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Nason.
There we go. Sorry. There's to me, there's a couple of things that are that to my mind are kind of hanging over this conversation and troubling about it. One of the things that we learned 2 weeks ago was that our police expenditures for the year that just ended were about $6 million, and we greenlighted a budget of $7.9 million plus salary increases for the year ahead. So we're jumping our expenditures from the range of $6 million to over $8 million. And we don't really have an explanation of that, except that, well, there are unfilled positions that need to be filled. I think, and it's going to be hard. I mean, if we have unfilled positions and we're bringing people in and we're putting them into the pension system, and remember, we have this rather dysfunctional pension system where people that is an extraordinary system of job lock, where, if people come in and it turns out they're not really suited for the profession, they're invested in earning their pension. A huge part of their compensation comes in the form of pension that they will never get unless they remain in the job, even if it's not the right fit, even if it's not good for them, and it's not good for the police, and it's not good for the community. So I think that there really are pretty urgent issues around the police budget that we should be, and police management and the ability of the police to do our managers have the tools that they need to make sure that if we get people who are not a good fit, or if someone is a good fit and then is, stops being a good fit, that they have tools for working with that to make sure that we do not have people on the police force who should not be on the police force. Those are conversations that I think the council has to have with the chief of police. We can talk to Nicole, but the truth is that the city manager is not hands-on in managing the police in the same way that she is able to be hands-on with managing community development or recreation or, the senior center, whatever it is. The police have their own institutions, their own culture, and their own professional standards and so forth that make it something that I think the council really should be dialoguing directly with the police chief. And it troubles me, actually, looking at the lists of participants. I don't see any of the police force on this Zoom, and that's troubling. We need to open up that dialogue between the elected officials and our police force. So I'm in sympathy with the perspective that the council itself should take on the budgetary issues and any immediate police needs. And I'm not a fan of defunding the police. I'm raising these budget issues because I think we need to look at them and we need to understand them. They need to be, and so does the community. They need to be transparent. I tend to believe that if you want better service, you generally have to pay for it. And maybe we need social workers who go with the police to a call where a person might be dangerous or might be simply in need of some kind of help. We do need, it is a jaw-dropping thing for me to hear Brian Doss, who is obviously a respected community leader, telling us that he's been pulled over 15 times in the years he's lived here. That is very shocking to me. My experiences with the police have been uniformly positive, including situations like an Indigenous friend who was in need of help and got really kind and excellent care from the Albany police. I've had really good experiences, but I think we do need to look at that. These are things that I think should be council. The Social and Economic Justice Commission should be working on that bigger, longer term picture of improving the sort of DEI, the diversity, equity, and inclusion kind of work that needs to be done to make this a more generally welcoming community for all. So I would support holding off, and I'm sure this is a superb consultant. If the goal is to have Social and Economic Justice Commission come back with policing recommendations, I would say this is probably not the right consultant. It should be someone with policing experience. If the idea is for them to work with her on developing better community communications, she might be a really good person. But, and that's probably what they should be doing. But I think they should probably make that call, how much of this they can and will take on. I think that the issues of making transparent the police budget, understanding what we have done in what we did with the budget is something that we need to do. So that's my perspective.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you. Well, it sounds like at least the 3 council members that have spoken, I think I'm in agreement that there's kind of a 2-pronged approach here. That SCJC kind of works on the bigger picture. And Rochelle, what did you call it? DEI? I think
diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Right. I think that's a good fit for that for them. And I think using Nicole Anderson and Associates is probably a good fit for that. And I was especially heartened to hear Brian Doss give her a high recommendation. He's, I believe, worked with her, and that made me feel like, okay, this is somebody. Now I feel like at least somebody here knows. So I would like to see that continue. As far as the police or the budget or any of that, I agree with you, Rochelle. I think that is a council responsibility. And I would like to see us look at hiring another consultant to really help us look at that picture. And I'm thinking that maybe we could have a subcommittee. First of all, I want to back up a little bit, and I want to say that staff did exactly what we asked them to do, which was to hire or to look for a consultant quickly. And that's exactly what happened. So I think, the council needs to take a little responsibility in this, that we gave direction, it was followed. Now we can't say, oh, well, you didn't do it right, because staff did what we asked. But I think that we could have a subcommittee, and I would suggest the mayor and myself, just to make it easy, to work with staff to draft a RFP and to go out and look for a consultant that would help us with this other piece. And that would be my recommendation. And I also just want to mention that it may not look like it, but I've taken 14 pages of notes tonight, so I'm definitely plugged into what you all are saying.
Thank you, Vice.
I'm sorry. May I comment on just one aspect?
Sure.
Of that? If we want to change the police behavior, if we have concerns about that there's police behavior that we need to change, we're not going to abolish. I cannot see Albany going forward without a police department. That's not going to happen. We need our police chief to be part of that process. I think that he needs to be part of the search for a consultant that he could, take seriously and say, yeah, that is someone whose expertise would be helpful to me.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay, thank you. I also was taking notes, so I have a number of comments from my notes. Let's see. I want to address something that a speaker had said previously about my comment concerning the agenda item of the police donation. I think that was misconstrued. Actually, my concern was actually that donation might be a voice against. My concern was not that this donation was. My concern was that this donation might be seen as a voice against Black Lives Matter, and that is what I was trying to say. Moving on, I appreciate everyone's input on this. There's a lot of great ideas, and thank you all for coming out tonight. In particular, as well, the members of the SCJC that came out, appreciate your comments, and there's some very good ideas there, which I'll get back to in a minute. And I want to thank the staff. I agree that the staff did what we asked staff to do, which is, and I want to thank them for that, coming back with I think, a good choice quickly. We might need to alter that, but I think it was that was well done. I think that I know that a number of the commenters talked about how other cities are moving more quickly, and Berkeley was mentioned. I know for a fact that, of course, Berkeley is a much larger city with a much bigger number of staff. I also know for a fact that the one of the things they did, which was to establish a police commission, I believe, or they redid the whatever oversight body they had, was something that they already had in hand, something that was proposed 2 years ago that was brought off the shelf and could be quickly brought forward. So that's one of the reasons they were able to act so quickly. But I also hesitate to act too quickly and do the wrong thing. I think we need to act with the right amount of speed, but making sure that what we do has the right consequences. There's so many examples of rush to action that has produced unintended consequences, and this issue is too important to have the wrong consequences. Yeah, I agree. I'm glad that I think we're arriving at the consensus that we have two issues before us. We have the study of racism throughout the staff, the electeds, the appointed, as well as the city. But we also have, what have bothered me in the consultant's proposal was the lack of mention of the police. And we're here because police killed Black people in way disproportionate numbers and way too many, and it keeps happening. That's why we're here. So we need to work on whether or not we need to make changes in our policing and whether or not we need to move funding around. And I think that already you can see a need for this, to move money from armed police to social services. And we've already done this. We've already brought on people. We already have I'm forgetting that person's title. It's not a community engagement specialist, but I'm thinking of Sid, whose job it is to engage more with the community, to be more on the street, talking directly with members of the community. And maybe we need more folks like that, more people in the social services realm rather than in the armed police realm. I think that's something that it seems pretty clear to me. And it doesn't mean that we don't appreciate the police. This does not have to be an us versus them thing. We can appreciate the police, appreciate our protection, as well as appreciate that we might want to spend our money in different ways. We do have a small city. We do have a process. I was the one. The mayor's town hall was my idea. The vice mayor helped me with this. The idea of bringing the item of racism to the SEJC, that was my agenda item that I brought forward. I care very much about this, and I do want to see it through. And I do appreciate that people have brought up the fact that we are only here, 3 of us council members are only here until December, and the SEJC will be reappointed at that time too. The same members could be reappointed, but it's not at all certain. So I am also concerned about the timeline, that we get at least some things done quickly. And I am concerned that we address the issue that our police department has told us that they have great training in place, that they hire good people, but that does not jibe with the experiences we hear from the public. And there's a gap there that we need to figure out. That's part of this as well. I think that does it with my comments. I have a suggestion as well. There seems to be a consensus that we do need to study racism, and the SEJC would like to have this charter. We could approve the consultant's proposal tonight and move on with that, knowing that that's a longer process, and it probably needs to be a longer process. We can also move forward with whatever the city manager or whatever city staff thinks it will take to move forward with serious, quick discussions of how we might redo the police budget. I do think that the input from the SCJC members is also important, especially in how the racism part is discussed. So I'm a little hesitant about whether we want to propose vote yes on the proposal tonight on the consultant's proposal, or get SCJC's feedback first. I think we want to do the latter. We want to get their feedback, but we don't want to wait too long. If we get their feedback and vote on the next meeting, maybe that's soon enough. But let me end my remarks by asking the city manager, what do you think it would take to accelerate the discussion, move forward the discussion as quickly as possible of the police budget? Do you feel like you'd need another consultant? Do you feel like what do you feel like you'd need to move that forward in a timely manner, given the fact that we're a small city with small staff already suffering from COVID and other things?
I think the first piece of that puzzle is to understand the current police budget, what's funded out of that budget. And there are a number of things that I've heard tonight in terms of questions about the professional services line item in particular. And we can certainly detail what that consists of. I can tell you it's the crossing guard program to get our children to school safely. It's our animal contract with the city of Berkeley for the animal shelter, significant expenditures of that nature. So I think that as requested, shedding additional detail on that budget narrative would be a helpful, informative first step. I'd be happy to do that internally with the resources we have, including our finance director and our police chief. And I heard a few things come up about hiring and that sort of thing. I could certainly include our human resources department as well, if needed, for an informational conversation with the council and the community firsthand. Coming from that, maybe some questions on how to further take action. We could identify some of those. I've heard a few things. One is mental health. I think that that's an absolute area that we can look into. There are some complications with that in terms of who provides those services and how, and that may be a longer term conversation to ensure that those services are handled appropriately with the resources that are needed for those critical responses. But again, to start the conversation, long story short, perhaps what we could do in the interim period here, understanding that there is the need for immediate action, but also understanding the complexity involved with it, at least get some additional information to the questions we're hearing, and then receive additional direction from the council, how you want to dig in deeper and what that looks like, because that might tell us what type of technical expert we need. Is it someone well-versed in financials? Is it someone well-versed in police policy and practices? There's some different avenues there, and they may not always be the same person.
And that sounds great. I agree with shedding sunlight on all the information as possible. And I think that if the council members have information that they want to see in such a report, we should make our needs known to the city manager. I see that Councilmember Moss has his hand up.
Yeah. So what I'm hearing in this whole discussion is this is at least sort of two prongs. One, going after that larger question around racism that the consultant could help us work through with SCJC, and the other being the budgetary part, which I think staff can look at the police budget and start working with council as to where this money is going and how it's spent, etc. I'm wondering if there is another part of this which might be more challenging to reveal in some ways, but just questions around what actions are the police doing? What are the types of things that the police go out on? How many burglary investigations? How many traffic pullovers? And then a part of that might be how many complaints do we get of people saying their rights have been they haven't had their full rights respected by the police, either because of racism or some other issue. In other words, the conduct of the police. So both a budgetary look and kind of a look at Albany police conduct seems to be part of that bigger picture. I know there's a lot of privacy things around those kinds of issues, but that might be something that it seems to me council should be also looking at. Particularly if there's any of this idea about taking powers or funding away from the police. Well, what are they doing, and just is that in line what we think they're doing or should be doing?
Thank you, council member. I think that that's an excellent idea. I think that might be a second item. What's emerging for me is 3 items. I'm not sure that they're the same 3 items that committee member Downs mentioned, but information about our police department. I've got to come back to something that I said a few moments ago, which is I know that people can file complaints against the police department if they feel there's been misconduct. But we've also got to listen to those times when people from the public are not going to file a complaint because they got an uncomfortable look from a police officer, or they were pulled over. This is also data we need to consider. So surfacing, I have a feeling that a lot of the information that the police department has a lot of leeway in terms of what information they can or can't give out. I think it would be best for the process if we could be as transparent as possible about all the things that Councilmember Moss just mentioned about the activities and conduct of the police department. And then I hear, that's one, then I hear the budget discussion, then I hear the ongoing discussion of racism. So is there, so that's kind of what I'm hearing. I'll put that out there as potential direction we want to give to staff. Report from the police department, a report on police budget, report from police department conduct, report on police department budget, and having SEJC review the contract with the consultant to come back for a vote at the next meeting. I'll put that out there as my ideas, and let's see if there's agreement or we need to refine that or change that. Councilmember Moss, you still have your hand up. Are you wishing to speak now, or that was from before? Okay. And Vice Mayor, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Nick. I think perhaps didn't quite hear what you said. As far as the consultant's contract, can you explain a little more what you want with that?
I was thinking in order to move that forward quickly, but have SEJC input, that perhaps the city manager could take input individually from SEJC members so there's not a Brown Act conflict, and use that to refine the proposal from the consultant, and then come back with us with a refined proposal at the next meeting. That was my idea.
So just to follow up, then you wouldn't have her starting tomorrow, is that correct?
Yes, I'm a little torn because I want the process to start quickly, but I also heard that the SEJC, that does have a lot of professional expertise, would like to be involved in that discussion as well, or in that selection.
Well, I sort of think it's the council's responsibility to decide who the consultant's going to be. And my personal thought is that we go ahead and maybe think a little bit about the contract, but either accept it or reject it tonight. And since I've got the floor, it's 10:25. I know I'm 5 minutes early, but can I move we extend, and we've got a lot to do, so I'm going to say 11:30.
Thank you for that. Can we all accept that by acclamation? Is there any dissent to extending the meeting? No dissent I'm seeing to extending the meeting, so the meeting is extended to 11:30. Thank you. And Councilmember Barnes, you had your hand up as well.
Right. Well, my concern is just about what's happening in the next 24 hours. And I want to just run this by Nicole. Is it conceivable at this point, knowing that we've already published STJC's agenda, that they can just have a meeting where they talk with this consultant and get a sense for how they could work together?
I have concerns with that, because if we eventually determine that this isn't a fit and we're going to go out for an RFP, I think there's some unfairness to that process. The consultant comes with recommendations from the superintendent and Board of Education members. I think that the direction that would be helpful to staff would be, if this isn't the appropriate fit for some reason, then we need to do an RFP and have some sort of other process where we're collecting a bunch of different proposals. That being said, that's an extended process. So, we're trying to be agile with the need to be moving forward quickly. If there's direction different now, then I think we have a new process ahead of us.
Well, okay. My feeling is that we have a sense of direction for what the council can do, and we're going to do some things internally to explore the budget. So that process can begin. I know Brian Doss wanted this consultant hired. The SEJC maybe had some hesitations. I'm not sure quite how to put it. So I have mixed feelings. I don't know how I feel about it, frankly. We don't need a motion on this, right? You just need a sense of direction from us tonight as to whether to proceed. Technically, what do you need from us?
Well, I think a motion.
That report includes a resolution to enter into an agreement. If we're putting that on hold, we certainly don't need approval of that resolution. I also hear what sounds like the beginning of direction on a couple of things that staff would return to the council with as informational discussion items in the near future. I did hear mention of the next meeting. I'm not quite sure we have the time to do the issues justice. I can look to a special meeting in July. I do need to work with those department heads to make sure that they are available and can prepare the information out of respect to all of your time to make sure that it's done well and well informed. And I think
Yeah, I'm sorry. Now that I'm looking at the agenda on my other computer, I see that, yes, you do need a resolution for us if we want to go ahead with the current consultant. I'm not sure what I think, so I'll just be quiet and hear what other people have to say.
Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, when I have done consulting, I would not have any interest in a consulting assignment if I didn't have buy-in to my participation from the person who was good, or people who were going to be responsible for taking in my recommendations. And, of course, you never have 100% that they're gonna take everything you say, but at least to have them be bought in that having you do the work is going to be a positive for them doing them making the decisions that they need to make. So if I were this consultant, my own preference would be to have the Social and Economic Justice Commission take a look at it tomorrow. I wouldn't. I would be very reluctant to enter into this contract as a consultant with the reservations that have been expressed by the SEJC tonight, without having some direct contact with them about it.
Okay. I can see that. That makes a lot of sense to me. It would mean likely then we'd have to delay this vote for 2 weeks on the consultant's proposal. And that's an unfortunate setback to the timeline, but that might be the right thing to do, and it is only 2 weeks with good input. Is there consensus that we should delay by 2 weeks the vote on this?
Mr. Mayor, may I make a comment?
Yes, please, Vice Mayor.
I have two thoughts. One's kind of been percolating all night, that I think while we need to move forward timely and get things done, I think it's a sort of a false equivalency to worry about the election and the next group of people. It reminds me of not appointing judges because there'll be a presidential change. It feels the same to me, and I don't like that feeling. I have a little bit of concern when we hire an environmental consultant or a traffic consultant. We don't talk to the commission about it. And I'm wondering if we're starting to set a precedent that every time we hire a consultant, it'll be actually the advisory body who's doing the hiring. And that gives me some pause. I'm not sure. I know this is a little bit different, but it's still setting a precedent.
Sorry, Councilmember Nason, were you wishing to speak? Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is fundamentally different. With certain, when you hire a transportation consultant or a CEQA consultant or an engineer to do to consult, whatever it may be, there's a pretty clear template for what it is that is expected of them, and everyone knows it. In this situation, I think the SEJC's reluctance is not about this consultant per se, but about the match between this consultant and whatever is going to be expected of them. So this is an unusual situation where the consultant, it seems, is going to have some participation with the principal, the SEJC, in developing the work, how the work product is going to be shaped. So to me, this is a little different from, having the Transportation Commission approve a consultant contract with a traffic engineer. That would not be appropriate. But in this situation, I think it's not just appropriate, it's kind of crucial.
So I have an idea. One thing that's bothering me is that it might have, the SEJC committee members who spoke might have had an issue with the consultant's contract only in that it did not include addressing the police budget. And so it might be that they're fine with the proposal as a long-term addressing racism proposal. But we could also, if the council wouldn't mind, I think these members are also still here in the meeting. We could ask them to weigh in on whether or not they'd be okay with the proposal, seeing as we're going to do other things like address the budget. Would council members be okay if I brought those committee members in?
I think that's a violation, Nick. I think because this wasn't noticed as an SEJC meeting. We know we have a quorum of the SEJC gave comments, but we don't have all of the SEJC. And even if we did, we didn't notice this as an SEJC meeting. So I would be very reluctant to go in that direction.
Would the city attorney care to comment on that, the technicalities there?
Yes, the individual SEJC members were allowed to speak on an item that was on the council's agenda, but if you're trying to get some sort of consensus from the commission, that would be a Brown Act violation because we did not notice it, as Councilmember Nason indicated, as a joint meeting.
Okay, apologies then to the SEJC committee members. It sounds like I'm not able to call you back in, unfortunately. I'm of two minds. I feel like I could go either way. I feel like the proposal as it for addressing racism it seems appropriate. I did read through it. As long, I feel good at approving that, as long as we're doing other stuff on top of that, including addressing the police budget. But I would be okay if delaying for 2 weeks allowed for input. It seems like we have a split council on this one. I'm not sure, would Councilmember Moss like to weigh in on be a tiebreaker or?
Yeah, I'll if I'm the tiebreaker here, I'm not sure, but yeah, I would. I think it's okay that we go ahead with this consultant. This consultant work with SEJC on that aspect of this whole thing, but as long as the council also takes up the responsibility of delving further into the police budgetary issues, any police conduct or actions that are going on, and that council itself actually take on that aspect of it. I don't know if this is going to happen in the next meeting or before the break, but as part of a council meeting, that part of what we're looking at goes forward.
I do want to just pause here and say that I know that a number of attendees have raised their hands again. I apologize that the public comment period has closed, and we do have a process with every item where the council asks questions, we open for public comment, and then we close public comment and the council closes out the discussion. And the reason for that is because if we allow back and forth, the experience is that some items will never finish in time. So apologies for you not being able to give input at this point, but that is the usual process. So coming back to council, does anyone want to just go ahead and put this to rest by making a motion on the agendized item, so that we can move on from that and then discuss the other council direction? Councilmember Moss?
Okay. So yes, I would move resolution 2020-75 authorizing city manager to execute a contract agreement with Nicole Anderson Associates Consulting LLC in an amount not to exceed $30,000 to provide assistance to the city council, and city social and economic justice commission to develop an action plan to address systematic racism and further inclusivity and social equity within the city.
Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Moss, second by Councilmember Barnes. Is there further discussion on this item? I'll just say that I think there's hopefully I'm confident that there's enough flexibility in the proposal that SEJC will be able to work positively and fruitfully with this consultant on the matter of racism, and if it becomes a problem, we can revisit it later. Any further discussion on this item? Yes, Vice Mayor.
I'm fine. Are you going to ask for another motion for the other pieces of this, or is this as far as we're going tonight?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, yes. I just thought we could vote on this and then come back for the other direction that we want to give staff on this item as well.
I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anything.
Thank you.
Councilmember Barnes?
Okay.
Are we calling the question?
Yes, I believe we're doing the roll call now. Yes, go ahead, City Clerk.
So, Ann, I'm sorry, can you restart over? I'm just being nitpicky.
Do you want the motion or?
No, just call my name.
No.
Councilmember Barnes?
No.
Councilmember Moss?
Yes.
Councilmember Nason?
No.
Vice Mayor McQuaid?
Yes.
Mayor Pilch?
Yes.
The motion carries for the contract.
Motion carries for the contract. Thank you. So now let's have a discussion of the other items. My preference for direction is to, and I believe we have a consensus on, and the city manager's willingness to come back with more detailed information on the budget. And I'd like to see if we can have consensus on getting more information, as Councilmember Moss detailed, on the police department actions, if you were. Discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to know what that would look like.
I thought Councilmember Moss stated it pretty well. Would you mind stating again what you thought might be good to have?
Yeah. I think you could set it'd be a kind of statistical overview about, what actions do the police do? How much of their time is spent in different investigations or traffic stops or whatever. That might be a larger, very general overview. But I think even more specific would be how many complaints do you get about actions of the police department? And I don't think we need names particularly, but it would be interesting to find out, how often are questions of or accusations of, say, racist activity or something like that put out there. If that information is available, I don't really understand, where the public record goes up against privacy. But if, to the extent that we can get that kind of information, I think it would be very useful. I mean, we're being told by many in this community that the Albany police are, in essence, very racist and are perpetuating racism. I'd like to see some data related to that, if we can get it. Is that true? Maybe it is. That's not my sense of it, but if I'd like to see some data to indicate one way or another that we could look at.
Does that help, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, it does. It doesn't. It's fine. I'm struggling with this because so we find out they do 20% of their time is burglaries and 20% is traffic stop. What do we do with that information? Is that, and I think my point is, at some point, as we evaluate maybe what they're doing or what they need other people to be doing, is we're going to need some kind of technical assistance. And I think that the city manager is right, that comes kind of after the budget discussion. And I want to make sure it's either in there or we realize that we're not putting it in there right now and we'll come back and revisit it.
Yeah, I didn't quite follow you, Vice Mayor. If we don't know details about what the police do or need to do, don't we need that data to inform the budget as well?
Well, I thought first we were going to look at the budget as it is.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so
but maybe the budget as it is okay. Sorry, someone else is trying to comment.
sorry, yeah, I have a strong interest in that. I mean, we did have we are greatly increasing our police expenditure this year over last year, and I'd like to know why. The things that Councilmember Moss is talking about, I think, are important and very difficult issues about statistical analysis of police activity. I'm not opposed to that necessarily. I think that that's something that SEJC is very interested in working on. In what is my impression is what data should we be collecting? My own interest, I'd like to have dialogue with the police chief and get an understanding. Does he have the tools that he needs to address if racism or brutality or misogyny, if any of the attitudes that we don't want to see in people carrying guns are manifesting within the department? Does he have adequate tools to deal with that? Those are the kinds of issues that are of greatest interest to me.
Well, so perhaps if the SEJC is willing to take up that discussion of the data and all that, perhaps that's the way to go, and let it evolve there.
I think we've given a significant task. I don't know that we want to pile something else onto them.
Well, I think there's. I'll just say for myself. I think there's a lot of merit in getting the data that Councilmember Moss is talking about, because to me, I've never seen any of that data, and I don't know what our police department does in detail. I think that that's important data. And I think, again, I'll state that there is this gap, as I think Councilmember Moss and I are both alluding to, where the members of the public are saying something and I believe them. And we need to figure out why this is happening.
If I can propose, I think that what staff can competently do for you as your building blocks on this conversation are the things that we've discussed a few times now. One, provide more substance to what is it currently in the police department budget? What does it mean? What does each line item entail? And really add some clarity there where questions I've heard tonight. That's something we can do through a narrative process and a conversation, absolutely. And I will do my best to schedule that before your August recess as a first step. As a second step to that is the data information that Councilmember Moss is commenting on. Absolutely, we can get some data compiled for you, and it will probably not be everything that you want to see, but it'll be a starting point, and then that will inform what additional data you need based on what you see in some of that preliminary data. Where do we need to dig deeper? What subject areas do you want to see additional data on, or more inference on, or additional analysis? Do we need to retain someone with more technical expertise based on some sort of spike or question in the data? And so again, I think this is probably going to culminate over time, but my hope would be for at least the first two conversations on this to be information that I'm hearing is needed. I think that those are things we can package and provide, again, as building blocks as you try to take swift action in this realm.
Thank you for that. And I support the city manager's, I believe you offered that you compile that, but you make sure that you do a complete report, which likely would mean a special council meeting sometime in the summer. And I'd say that that sounds good to me. What are comments from other council members?
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Sounds like I'm getting nodding heads. Sounds like we're in agreement that the city manager has summarized an action plan that we're in agreement with. So thank you for that. Okay. Then are there any more comments, final comments?
No.
Again, thank you very much for everyone who came out for this item, and thank you for the discussion and to staff. Moving on to the next agenda item, I see item 11.2, still under unfinished business, calling for a general municipal election, requesting consolidation with the statewide general election, and calling for placement of tax measures on the November 3rd, 2020 general municipal election ballot. Staff report, please.
Good evening, Council. The discussion item, like Mayor Todt said, is calling for a general municipal election, requesting the county to consolidate with the statewide general election, and calling for placement of 3 tax measures on the ballot of the upcoming November 3rd election. Per council's direction at the previous meeting, city attorney's office drafted the ordinance language for the 2 general tax measures of real property transfer tax and the utility users tax, as well as the 3rd tax measure of advanced life support special tax. Staff is recommending the council to adopt the resolutions for submitting the proposed ordinances to the county for placing them on the ballot, the resolution for setting rules and filing arguments for and against the measure as attached with the staff report, and for and finally assigning a council subcommittee or subcommittees to prepare arguments for all 4 ballot measure, including the ranked choice voting at large measure, which was approved at the last meeting. A brief summary of the item. I'll turn this over to the city manager and city attorney to help answer some specific questions for the ballot language for each of the tax measures.
Thank you for the introduction. I wanted to also add to the staff report a couple of items of particular note with regard to the UUT. I know that has been the one with more continued discussion over your recent meetings versus the other 2 proposed measures. 2 items of note as addressed in the staff report as well is things that we would need further direction or acceptance from the council on. One is the cap, the overall ceiling limit for the gas tax. As discussed at your last meeting, there was some debate of what that percentage should look like. We've simply included the 15% for now as a placeholder, depending on what number the council would like to see there. Also of note is that we have included a exemption for individuals enrolled in what is called the CAP program with East Bay MUD. That's a low-income program similar to the PG&E CARE program, so we were able to incorporate that into the ordinance language as well. I want to also note that in your staff report, and accompanying documents, the ballot question specifically for the UUT measure, it has been advised by our city attorney's office that that does need to be revised to some extent. Anne, are you able to put that on the screen there? Basically, it will be that we include, again, based on council direction tonight, include the language about the increase in the gas tax over time, meaning that the ceiling percentage is included in the actual ballot question. So the language asks, here we go. Easier to read it than go off memory. You'll see the highlight there and the strikeouts. Basically, it's adding, whatever your ceiling is there for gas, 15% or somewhere between 15 and 18.5%, as noted in some of the correspondence you received. So that would be a change that we would need to incorporate into the materials you have before you this evening. Also to note, in this overall packet, it does give authority to the city attorney in coordination with the city clerk should there be any minor issues with the language as we move forward to coordinating with the county elections officials on this, that they have the authority to make those minor changes. Happy to answer any questions you have. And again, look to your direction on the items I've noted specifically.
Okay, thank you much. Questions from council members? Raise that blue hand because I can't see you all right now. While I wait to see a blue hand, I have a question about this language that's right in front of us. There's multiple changes here. One change in the language is to remove the word cities. Another is to remove the word service in several places. And then finally, the change in the percentage for gas. So I'd like to ask about these other changes that don't seem to be about the percentage increase for gas. And then also ask, shouldn't it say beginning at 9.5 and to not exceed 15% or something like that? Those are my questions.
So we're working with 75 word limit, and so that's what the Attorney's Office has tried to facilitate here by really counting every single word and groupings of words where there is an ability to do so. So I defer to their expertise in the word.
Okay.
And the city manager is correct. The deletions were just to allow for the 75 words, but not take away from the language.
Okay. Okay. I'll let Vice Mayor McQuaid ask her questions.
Thank you. I realize we've spent a very long time on this utility tax and looked at a lot of different options. My question for right now is, are we locked into these numbers, or are we able to go back to the original 8% across the board if we so choose?
Yeah, we still have time to make changes based on council direction.
Okay, thank you. Were there any other council member questions? I'm not seeing any more blue hands. So I have a follow-up question. But isn't it incorrect to say that it will be, say we choose 15%? Isn't it incorrect to say 15% when it starts out at 9.5, and or can we say something like 9.5 up to 15%? Do we have enough words for that?
I think we would need to delete some words.
Okay. And I know that it's tricky how these words get counted. There are strict rules for how the words get counted. So I know it can be tricky. Okay. Anyway, I'll leave it there. I'm not seeing any more questions from council at this point. I'll open the public forum, and we have some public speakers. City Clerk, could you read the names, please?
We'll start with Nick Peterson. Go ahead.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you once again for considering this, and I'll try to make it really clear. I'm going to focus on the 19.5% cap, and I do agree that the phrasing as it's shown in the sample currently is incorrect and will not be to our advantage to state it that way. I recommend taking out end emergency in the disaster and emergency preparedness, because you state emergency response later on. So you could have disaster preparation. You could make it less wordy in the beginning. In other words, what's important is to say that it starts at the 9.5 and can rise at 1% per year to a cap of the 19.5. So I know everyone's very worried. You get a double-digit interest rate and you think it's very high. I sent you all a letter that outlined this, and it says, to address the concern of the tax burden and high rates, the impact of the rate change on the average Albany ratepayer is not excessive according to ACAC estimates. Assuming the City Council approves a 1% gas tax increase per year between 2022 and 2031, here's a comparison of the combined gas and electricity tax rate increase over current rates for three types of customers averaged over the 24-year period from 2021 to 2045. So put a lot of effort in this, and I would really appreciate it if you guys would look at this. So the customer who does nothing, who absolutely does nothing to switch away from gas to electricity, under the 8% flat city proposed rate, their average increase would be 14%. It'd always be the same, $30 more per year. And I didn't go into whether their use of energy would go up and down. I had to keep it constant, so we're comparing apples to apples here. Under the ACAC proposal, their increase would go up 70% more than current, not more than the 8%, but more than the current amount, to $150 a year more. That's a lot, because it's an incentive not to have gas. But it isn't huge amounts. It isn't hundreds of dollars a month. It's $150 per year. So the customer who makes a 50% reduction in gas, you can say on the 9% tax, doesn't matter, still $30 more. $86 more over current per year, not hundreds of dollars per month or anything, just $86 per year more. And then the customer who does convert fully gets $36 per year. Now, keep in mind also, the flat 8% still has the 8% on water and the 8% on and the other equal percent on telecom, which this proposal is saying we would not do. So they're going to save money overall. So if you do the right thing, you come out the same, but the incentives are there, and we're putting the pain on the gas use, which is the point. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Go ahead, Francesco.
I just want to note that the increase in the transfer tax that you're proposing is a 30% increase in the tax from 1.15 to 1.5. You should just understand that how much this, once again, makes Albany a less affordable place to live in when you tax people like that. But a 30%, I've heard people talk about what's considered an unfair increase in whatever it is, and you're asking us to authorize a 30% increase in the transfer tax. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Philip, go ahead.
This is Phil Hobart. I'm calling in support of the utility tax measure. I think it is a
good measure as put together, and I intend to do whatever I can to encourage my fellow neighbors to vote for it. Two thoughts following up on Nick's statements. One is to allow the percentage to rise up to maybe 18%. And I'm thinking there that if it goes up 1% a year, that gives us 8 years, which takes us to the next, big presidential election, so that it sort of times with a good time if the city decides to renew, extend, etc. So it's that timing thing which may make it simpler. And the other thing, which I think Nick mentioned in his letter, was the whether it is essential for the city's finances to have the telecom aspect, because it doesn't really raise much money. It can't have the low income carve out. You're not dealing with a single public utility, but rather you're dealing with AT&T, Verizon, and all the little telecoms. And so it's more of an administrative burden on the city. And so leaving that out is one thing that might simplify it, both for the voters as well as for city staff. And so those are my two thoughts. One is the simplification through the telecom thing, and the other one is simplifying it by making it so that it can raise up to 18 or so %, so you don't have to come back to the voters for 2 full presidential election cycles. That's it. Thank you very much for your work.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Andrew, go ahead.
First, I wanted to clarify, are you taking comment on just the tax measures or all of agenda item 11.2?
I believe all of agenda item 11.2.
Okay, all right. In that case, then, so good evening, Albany City Council. So my name is Andrew Tang. I'm a proponent of the ranked choice voting measure and a co-founder of Voter Choice Albany. On behalf of Voter Choice Albany, I would like to thank the council once again for unanimously voting to put the ranked choice voting measure on the ballot. Tonight, you are going to be assigning a subcommittee to develop the ballot arguments for that measure. The Voter Choice Albany's preference is for that subcommittee to consist of council members who have expressed support for ranked choice voting, which would be Mayor Pilch and Councilmember Moss. Also, as proponents of the measure, Voter Choice Albany requests to work together with that subcommittee, similar to how the group worked together with a council subcommittee editing the original measure. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Preston, go ahead.
Hello, good evening, council. I would like to speak on the UUT measure and note that the raise in the gas and electricity tax is subject to exemption for low-income households, along with the rest of the tax, which will go dramatic ways towards righting Albany's regressive tax structure. As noted by staff, they also kindly included an exemption for the tax on water. The tax on telecommunications, there cannot be an exemption because there's so many different providers, and one, it would be hard to administer even if all those providers could do so through their billing system. The 0.5% increase on the telecommunications portion of this only raises $50,000. That's $50,000 that's above and beyond the 8% across the board. So it's unclear why, if the 8% across the board was the baseline that the council was seeking, it would then go with a tax that actually raises more funding than that. It also would muddy the message in terms of the campaign that Albany Climate Action Coalition wants to run, with the campaign message that this is raising taxes on resources that need to be conserved. And so there's multiple reasons not to raise the telecommunications tax. As an aside, I'll note that that would save some verbiage in the question if you eliminated that 0.5%. And in terms of the question, I think it would be useful to, instead of stating the number of the entirety of what the tax would raise, it should state the amount of new revenue that it would raise. So even if the tax fails, it's still going, even if the measure fails, utility user taxes will continue to exist and raise revenue. And the $2.5 million a year or so number that is currently in the question is the total that we raised by the entirety of the utility user tax, not just the new revenue. If the telecommunication portion is removed, then the new revenue is $931,000, and that's a more accurate representation to the voter of what passing this measure, the consequence of passing this measure. So I encourage you to please go forward with the structure that you voted on before, with the removal of the raise in the telecommunications tax. And if you do so, Albany Climate Action Coalition is ready, willing, and excited to campaign for it. Otherwise, it will not. And in that regard, we would also hope that there'd be an opportunity to work with whatever subcommittee is designated to write the ballot argument for the measure. Thank you very much for considering those points.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Lisa, go ahead.
Are you able to unmute yourself, Lisa?
We can go to the next speaker until Lisa maybe can unmute herself later on.
Okay. Next speaker.
Jeremiah, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. Good evening. I know it's a long night. So I think when you want taxes, when you want money from people, you know, you're just kind of just taking. It's like that movie Robin Hood we saw when we were kids. You know, politicians just want to tax everybody. Well, you know, you got to taxing, but I would agree to this if you gave some incentive, like a tax write-off if the property owner has solar power, you know, to offset that cost of the power electricity bill, or you know, give an incentive for some solar panels. If they can't make a tax write-off, maybe give some people from the community some solar panels to encourage eco-friendly homes and reduce carbon emissions. You're just gonna just tax people and take their money because they want to use electricity. All right, well, give them a positive suggestion. Tell them, you know, they could be using power in a more efficient way. You know, here's some solar panels, and we'll tax you if you don't do solar panels because you're not contributing to society and cooperating with everybody. But if you do, you know, want to buy some solar panels, you know, then maybe we won't have to tax you so hard. So maybe just think of that, you know, give an incentive instead of just wanting to just take everybody's money. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Lisa, are you on?
It could be that Lisa is using an older version of Zoom, which does not allow us to unmute her. Lisa, another option might be to join by phone, and I believe if you join by phone, you can raise your hand with *9. Is that correct?
Yes. Okay, we'll go to Ian McLeod. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I'd like to speak in support of the UUT initiative as put forth by the ACAC and also the Climate Action Committee. And I would support the 19% limit for the gas rate. I think it's really important to disincentivize gas use and encourage electrical conversion. And I would be really encouraged by the allocation of 1/3 of the funds raised to be used for climate action activities, kind of piggybacking on the previous speaker's comments about incentivizing electrical use. I've been working with the Green Building Subcommittee, and some of the issues that come up are the cost of converting to larger electrical panels that will be necessary when people convert to all electric houses, and some of these funds could be used to help fund that sort of thing. They could also be used to supplement other funds such as BayREN's funds for converting to gas, converting from gas appliances to electric equipment. And also, for example, it could also be used for waiving solar photovoltaic permit fees. I mean, there's a lot of things we could do with this money that I think would also help sell it to the public, so to speak, or encourage the public to support this. And, you know, I'd be really interested in moving forward with those things. So just to sum up, please support the initiative as proposed by the ACAC. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you for your comments. One last try for Lisa. It looks like she has fallen off the list. No, she's there, but she's still not able to speak. Still muted. Okay, we'll bring it back to council then. Comments from council members. Not seeing any blue hands yet. Maybe Councilmember Moss is trying to find his blue hand. Yeah, okay. Do you want to speak, Councilmember
Yeah,
Moss?
I could start us off anyway. I found my blue pen anyway. Yeah, I'm making notes here. I wasn't totally prepared to jump in right off the bat. One of the first things I wanted to mention was the way that was written for the user utility tax, the ballot statement, that does need to be edited somewhat differently, because I wouldn't vote for it the way it was written either. It just doesn't explain what's going on in terms of that gas tax. So I think the recommendation, including disaster and emergency preparedness, why we need both disaster and emergency in those words. I think we could edit those out, one of those words out. And if that allowed us to explain the method by which gas rates could go up, I think that would be far better. So that's one comment right off the bat. I'm still kind of composing my thoughts here. So if somebody else would like to say something.
Vice Mayor, were you ready to make comments?
Yeah. I don't know how you're going to massage this enough to make it make sense. There's just not a lot of space. I just can't support the gas going up like that. I just think it's not even clear when this is going to be able to happen. So although I've spent a lot of time thinking about this and asking staff probably far too many questions, I really think the best thing to do is to take a step back and go back to the 8% across the board and just stay with that.
Okay. Did Councilmember Nason or Councilmember Barnes want to comment?
Well,
yeah.
Oh,
go ahead, Rochelle.
You want me to go ahead?
Please.
I'm the Debbie Downer tonight. And you've heard me for the last couple of years talking about our financials, that we don't have the financial reporting and planning mechanisms in place that a governmental entity really should have. The power to tax people is a pretty powerful thing, but we have an obligation to, deal with the voters and be able to tell them, look, if you tax yourselves, we're going to be able to handle this properly. And the truth is, we made a decision 6 years ago to go to munis. We're still not there. We don't have a meaningful budget. We don't have even an unmeaningful long-term financial plan. And, the last time we had a full-on CAFR with a management explanation of our results was for the period that ended June 30th, 2016. So with all of those factors, I'm just really heavily against asking people. I just feel like we can't make the bargain that you have to make with voters, that if you vote for this, you will benefit in such and such a way, and we will report back to you in such and such a way. We're just not there. I'm also reluctant in this financial environment, and I do appreciate Preston Jordan's comments about low-income exemptions, but I have a lot of concerns about people who are not necessarily low income, but who have lots of expenses and are struggling. They were housing expense overburdened to start with. They've got mortgages, they've got childcare, they may have financial losses from COVID, and it just seems like a terrible time to just be piling on. We've increased all of the taxes that were already approved, and I voted for those. But to add new tax on water, increasing all these taxes. And I do want to note again, with regard to the transfer tax, we may still be facing a real estate dive in the future. It hasn't happened yet. Nobody really knows if it'll happen, but it could happen. And so we'll be taxing people who are having to bring money to the table to get rid of their houses. There's no law that housing can only go up. And those people are going to be hurting deeply if that happens. So I just think this is not the time to be increasing all these taxes. I'd rather we held off and pulled together our financial planning and reporting abilities and come back to it in the future.
Councilmember Barnes.
First, I have a technical question. The way the agenda is presented, we have to vote up or down on both the property transfer tax and the UUT measure together. Do I understand that correctly? Help, Mala.
Excuse me. Sorry, I didn't unmute myself. The resolution includes both of them, but if you wanted to strip, if, for instance, the votes were there to support the real property transfer tax and not the UUT measure, we could either bring it back at the next meeting, or we could just, strip, for instance, the UUT measure, depending what the pleasure of the majority of the council is.
Boy. Well, I guess I'm with Peggy. My concern about the UUT measure is we're really socking people on water, because that's going from 0 to 8%. But I think if the UUT was straight 8, I could support it. Otherwise, the item we have up on our screen is too messy. I just don't want to give that to the voters, because I am worried that they wouldn't know what to make of it and they will not vote in favor of it. I could vote for the real property transfer tax. So I guess, yes, I would like this. So my proposition would be that we split these out so we can vote separately on the real property transfer tax. And then we can possibly deal with revising the UUT measure and doing the straight 8 like Peggy suggested. And if that's okay to do that legally, then that's what I would like to do.
To be clear, if there are the votes to do, let's say, a straight 8% across the board, then we could just modify the resolution accordingly, as opposed to have a separate resolution just for the UUT. So it may, I know this is getting complicated, but it may be helpful to kind of do some sort of straw poll before an official vote is taken, or get some indication what council members would consider approving.
Yeah, that's a good idea. So, Councilmember Nason, if I could get some clarity on your comments, are you saying that you will vote no on both taxes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I will vote.
Okay. Is there any dissent on voting for the transfer tax among the other council members? In other words, is everyone okay? So I think everyone's in favor of the transfer tax. That's not an issue. So the UUT is left. The language certainly is problematic. It's the last minute, the 11th hour. We could do a number of things. We could go with the straight 8, which I don't want to do. We could go with the proposal from the ACAC and remove the just a couple of words and try to fit in 9.5 up to 18.5. We are not able to do a split of the gas and electricity right now, so we wouldn't be able to do that increase of one versus the other right now. So we could choose to just have the measure at 9.5 without an increase. I know that might not please ACAC, but we can always bring it back in 2 years and revise that. And okay, those are some of the options I can think of for UUT. Any comments on those ideas?
Well, maybe we should just vote on the real property transfer tax and get that out of the way. How about, so I move that we vote in favor of the real property tax transfer tax portion of resolution 2020-69.
I would not recommend that. All of the documents that you have before you for consideration were meant to be kind of approved or considered as a whole. So if you are going to start bifurcating, I'd rather you not do that and take them separate. As I said, they were kind of meant to be approved as a whole. So if you don't want to include, there's no desire to move forward with any amendments to the UUT, then we could do that. But I don't want you to bifurcate it if there is a desire to amend the UUT in one of the ways the mayor just referenced.
Okay, so in other words, we can modify the UUT and then have the whole package go through.
Correct. For instance, if you wanted to go with an 8% across the board, you could make that recommendation and say you'd like to approve that resolution with the other documents accordingly.
Then I move that we go to a straight 8% on the UUT measure and otherwise adopt as proposed resolution 2020-69. Is that acceptable? Mala?
Yes, I think to be clear, the 8% would be for all the utilities. I just want to be clear what we're doing. Okay.
Yes.
That's what I wanted to be clear.
That's my proposal.
So that means water 0 to 8 then?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So that's the motion. We've got a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second that, but I want to ask a question though. Well, this is awkward. Do we have, if that motion fails, do we have the opportunity to make another motion on the UUT?
Yes, I mean, in terms of a different revision that is an 8%, is that what you're asking, Vice Mayor McQuaid?
Yes.
Yes, it'd be revising the resolution to do something alternative with UUT. Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you.
So do you second or not?
Yes.
Okay. So Ann, you can call the vote.
Okay, we will, let's make sure there's no further discussion. There's a motion and a second to approve the two taxes, but with the revision of 8% rather than the what's written in the staff report. And of course, with appropriate changes to the ballot language as well. And any further discussion, any further comments, Councilmember Moss? My discussion is that the ACAC has worked long and hard for this, and I am loath to support this because it basically throws away all their work, and it doesn't allow for any sort of incentive for people to get off of gas and to use less energy. That's my discussion. Any further points before we vote? If not, go ahead and call the roll.
Councilmember Barnes,
Yes.
Councilmember Moss,
No.
Councilmember Nason,
I think you said no, but you're muted.
you say no? You're muted.
No, sorry.
Vice Mayor McQuaid?
Yes.
And Mayor Pilch?
No.
So the motion fails.
Mayor, may I make another motion on extending the time?
Yes, please.
I'm paying attention. I'll move we extend till 12.
Any dissent?
Probably not long enough.
Passes by acclamation. Meeting's extended till 12. Is there another motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. I'm gonna need some help though. I'm sorry, just. Okay, I'm sorry, Ann, can you put your screen back up for a minute, please? Okay, I'll move that we raise gas and electricity to 9.5%. Communication 7%, water 7.5. Are those the right, did I have all those numbers right?
I believe that's what's in the staff report, but you haven't called out the increase in gas. That's the only difference, I believe.
Okay, and I don't want the increase in gas. So that's my motion.
So, Claire, we keep user utilities tax at 7, 9.5 for both gas and electricity, and water at 7.5. Somebody, I'm sorry.
Peggy, you want to clarify this?
Yes. Gas and electricity is 9.5. Communication is 7. Water is 7.5.
So I think as you see it written there, Councilmember Barnes, except for the gas being 9.5 instead of the highlighted numbers.
Okay.
And if we're doing that, Vice Mayor, would you consider amending your motion to go with only, to go back to 6.5 for communication, sorry. If, once, okay. Yeah, go back to 6.5 for communication as suggested by ACAC in order that there be a stronger campaign that we haven't increased communication.
Now let me see how this goes. At this point, I'd like to leave it at 7.
Okay. All right, so is the motion understood by the other council members?
By me.
Not hearing any comments. So is there a second to that motion? Not hearing a second yet. Okay, then motion dies for lack of a second. I would like to move the same motion, but with the no change to the communication, the utility users tax, but with the same suggestions as Vice Mayor McQuaid, 9.5 for electricity and gas.
Is that your motion?
Yeah, I'm still reading it over, making sure I'm done. Yes. Yes.
I'll second that.
Okay. Do all the council members understand my motion?
Yeah. Well, maybe you can have Ann read it back to us, or just the percentages.
It's reflected on the screen. I think she's been real time editing here. So, but Ann can certainly read it as well.
So it's 9.5% for electricity and gas, and no change for communication, and 7.5% for water.
Are we still on? So that was
just making sure.
Right, so we can call the question.
Yeah, I think I'm just waiting to make sure that everyone understands the motion. We do have a motion by by myself and seconded by Councilmember Moss. Let's go ahead and do the roll call.
And let me just make sure I'm positively positive. So there's no split on gas down the road. It's just a straight.
Not as I've proposed.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Barnes,
No.
Councilmember Moss,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
No.
Vice Mayor McQuaid,
Yes.
Mayor Pilch.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay. And the final action I think we need to take is to designate the subcommittees for the ballot measures then. Is that correct?
Mayor
No,
Pilch.
also have the special tax.
There's multiple
Oh,
additional resolutions to adopt.
I apologize. Okay. I'll go back to my agenda. Okay. I think I'm there. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. So we just did the first one. Okay, we just did 2020-69. Now there's 2020-70, which is for the paramedic advanced life support, fire engine, and ambulance special tax. Are there any questions or comments on this item?
I'll move resolution 2020-70.
I'll second.
Okay.
Motion by Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Barnes. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Barnes,
Yes.
Councilmember Moss,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
No.
Vice Mayor McQuaid,
Yes.
Mayor Pilch.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, third item is Resolution 2020-71, requesting that the Board of Supervisors of Alameda County consolidated general election to be held November 3rd, with the statewide general election to be held on the same date pursuant to Section 10403 of the Election Code for the submission of 3 city tax measures at said election. Discussions, questions?
I would move measure 2020-71.
I'll second.
Moved by Councilmember Moss, seconded by Councilmember Barnes. Call the roll, please.
Wait. Is this the one that we have to designate the committees, or do we do that later?
That's later.
Okay.
Yeah, that's number 5. We're on 3.
I just don't want us to go down the wrong hole.
Go ahead with the roll, please.
Councilmember Barnes,
Yes.
Councilmember Moss,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
No.
Vice Mayor McQuaid,
Yes.
Mayor Pilch.
Yes. Okay. Item number 4 under the staff report is Resolution 2020-74, providing for the filing of primary and rebuttal arguments and setting rules for the filing of written arguments regarding 3 city tax measures to be submitted at November 3rd, 2020 general municipal election. This is also somewhat pro forma because the next item is about the subcommittees. Is that correct, staff?
Correct.
No, there is no next item.
The next
I have,
recommendation.
yeah, I have under staff recommendations, I have 5 items, and the 5th one is the subcommittees. And we are on number 4, which is Resolution 2020-74.
Boy, I have a different agenda than you. That's weird.
No, you don't.
Is it, you're looking at the staff report?
No, I'm looking at the agenda items.
It's
There's-
not an agenda item, it's the staff recommendation for 11-2.
All right, okay. I understand.
Okay. Can someone make a motion about 2020-74?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Moss, seconded by Councilmember Barnes. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Barnes,
Yes.
Councilmember Moss,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
No.
Vice Mayor McQuaid,
Yes.
Mayor Pilch.
Yes. Okay, and that carries. And we are on to recommendation number 5, to assign council committee or subcommittees to prepare written arguments for the 4 ballot measures, as identified in the 4 different resolutions. So ranked choice, transfer tax and UUT, ALS tax, and wait, sorry, no, yeah, ranked choice voting, transfer tax, UUT, ALS tax. Now, I have a question. We do not have to appoint a council subcommittee for each one of these, but if we don't, then it opens it up to members of the public to come forth to write the ballot measures, correct?
The measures 4, correct.
The measures 4, okay.
Yeah.
So just keep that in mind, because we did have a request for certain council members to write the UUT argument 4, but we could decide to allow that to go to the public process where people come forward to write the argument. That does cede some control from the council, though, if we choose to do that. That would be my view of that process. Any recommendations for subcommittees?
I'll start with ranked choice voting.
Okay.
I'll recommend that we have the mayor and Councilmember Moss work with VCA on that one.
Just to clarify, I think the subcommittee would be the mayor and Councilmember Moss, and then just so that it's an ad hoc committee, and then if they chose to also separately work with VCA, then it would not be subject to the Brown Act.
Okay.
Similar to how we handled it in the past.
Right.
Mala, what about opposition statements? Do the council members get first dibs on writing opposition statements as well?
Yes. If the council or members of the council as designated by the council. So if the council doesn't designate certain council members to do that, then a individual council member wouldn't get first dibs, as we're talking about it right now.
First dibs, that's a term of art, right?
It's a term of art, yeah. It's priority under the elections code.
Well, I would be happy to write the opposition statement.
For ranked choice voting, but we would, as a council, we would have to approve that.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. So we've got ranked 4. Suggestion is Nick and Pete. Apologies for doing shorthand now. It's getting late. And Michael in the against. Okay. Shall we just
Can I ask a technical, part of it's technical question, but do we actually assign somebody to write an opposition? I mean, we're putting it on the ballot. I'm fine if you want to write an opposition, Michael. It just seems odd to me to appoint a council member to write something that we've unanimously decided to put on the ballot, or at least we have a majority.
Yeah, there is no requirement to have an argument against. I think what Councilmember Barnes is looking for is that priority. If the council designates a council member to write an argument against, it's the top priority argument against, as opposed to if an individual such as Councilmember Barnes, but not acting as a city council member, he wouldn't get the same priority. So that's the big difference here. So there is no requirement. You could designate 2 council members to write the argument for, and then not designate anyone to write the argument against. And then we would just look at Elections Code 9287A for the priority if there were people who wanted to write arguments against.
So we could take a vote on whether or not to designate Councilmember Barnes as the priority to write the against.
He would be the council member authorized individual under 9287A1 if you so voted. If you chose not to do that because you only want to write an argument for, then you wouldn't do that.
Okay, so we can
have to write an against statement as an individual, but it gets complicated in those lower tiers.
Okay.
Correct.
So let's see if we can get consensus on the fours, and then we can come back to the Michael and the against one, if that's okay. So transfer tax. Anyone want to step up for that?
Well, somebody should. I mean, I'll be one of the people if someone else wants to help. I'm fine for another person.
I'm guessing that Councilmember Nason is out of any of these subcommittees, except maybe she wants to vote to be on an against. But would that be correct that you do not want to be on any of these subcommittees, Councilmember Nason?
That's correct.
Okay. Would Councilmember Moss or Vice Mayor McQuaid like to join Councilmember Barnes on the transfer tax?
We can always ask, we can always seek support with other council members if we want them to read drafts or make suggestions. That's not precluded.
I mean, I guess, we're not doing, there's no public, finances associated this. I guess I'd be concerned a little about the Brown Act if you're going to be swapping information other than just the two members. You could get three other, just similar to what we were just talking about with ranked choice voting. If you wanted to get members of the community to be the three other signatures, that's something you could consider.
Yeah, I mean, it's me.
I'll step up with Michael if no one else is stepping up, just to be a second, if that sounds cool.
Sounds good.
Okay with me.
Okay.
Yeah, all for it.
And then, what's that?
Never mind.
Do you want?
Okay.
Are you going to do, Mayor Pilch? Will you be doing motions for each of these, or just one at the end? I don't know how you. I just want to make sure it's clear.
Sorry to interrupt you. I thought we'd get consensus on the fours, and then just do one motion for all of the fours. So
all four of them.
All four of the fours. So for UUT, would it be okay if we were myself and Pete?
Yeah,
that's fine.
Okay. And ALS.
I can work on that one.
And I would like to also, because I have been doing some research on it.
Okay.
So I think Peggy, that would, so I'm Peggy and I'm fine with Peggy and I.
Okay. So then to read it back, let's see if there's any controversy on these choices. Ranked choice, Nick and Pete. Transfer tax, Michael and Nick. UUT, Nick and Pete. ALS, Michael and Peggy. Any dissent on those?
No.
Then if someone could move, I'll just go ahead and move that as the subcommittees for writing the ballot measures for, or the ballot arguments for.
I'll second that if it needs a second.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call on that.
Councilmember Barnes,
Yes.
Councilmember Moss,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Abstain.
Vice Mayor McQuaid,
Yes.
Mayor Pilch.
Yes. Okay. And now, Councilmember Barnes, would you like to make any motion?
Oh, sure. I'll move that Councilmember Barnes writes the opposition statement for ranked choice voting.
Is there a second on the motion?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Then roll call, please.
Councilmember Barnes,
Yes.
Councilmember Moss,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McQuaid,
Sure, yes.
and Mayor Pilch.
No.
Well, guess I got my work cut out for me.
Mhm. Okay.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, interesting. Okay. Does that conclude our work for this agenda item? I believe that it does. Okay. Seeing no dissent, moving back to my agenda. I'm so sorry for the people who stayed for new business, item 12, that it had to be so late in the evening. Does a council member want to move a extension of the meeting since it's almost midnight?
Yes, so moved till 12:20.
Any opposition, any dissension on moving the, extending the meeting to 12:20? Meeting is so extended. New business is 12:1, encroachment permit fee waivers for outdoor dining. Staff report, please.
Yes, bear with me while as I share my screen with you. Okay, before you tonight is an update on encroachment permits for outdoor seating, which we've been working on over the past month in the Community Development Department. For your review this evening, we are going to provide you with this presentation, and you also received a staff report just on the encroachment permit review process for outdoor seating. And we've provided a resolution 2020-73, which would authorize a fee waiver for outdoor dining encroachment permits, specifically during the Alameda County Public Health COVID-19 shelter-in-place order. Just as a preamble, there's a lot that has happened with this particular, the county order, as well as this particular topic. There were premature setups on the street and subsequent permitting, which staff authorized. For our review this evening, and also given this late hour, it's our intent to have a focused discussion on the city procedures as well as regulatory compliance that yield really a positive outcome for the businesses in the city. The emphasis here is really to find a way for the businesses to have some level of operation during the shelter-in-place order. And just to refresh the council's memory, on June 18th, the Alameda County Public Health Order was amended, and it allows outdoor dining, which was effective the next day, June 19th. Just to recap some of the background, in the last month, the council reviewed this on June 1st and directed staff to work with the Economic Development Committee and the Transportation Commission to come up with prototypes for street treatments and report back to the City Council. So following that lead, we took this to the Economic Development Committee on June 4th, at which time the committee supported the staff action to not only issue the encroachment permits, but they've also provided that recommendation to the council to consider fee waivers. More recently, this went to the Transportation Commission. They supported the Economic Development Committee recommendation, as well as approving permits for the duration of the county health order, giving the staff flexibility on the spaces per business, and as well as the requirements for removal when not in use, and advisory signs and monitoring the street speeds. And just last week, this went back to economic development, really more as just a status update. And so a lot of the information before you tonight is information we also provided that group. And then, of course, we're here tonight, a month later, to report back on all of this. And just to give the council a high-level view, when we talk about encroachment permits, they are an agreement between the city and a private party for use of the city-owned property for a specific activity or event which is temporary in nature. Hence, these installations are temporary. Should circumstances change, these installations would likely be removed. In terms of allowable uses, the encroachment permit grants permission to the permittee to conduct those activities within the city's right-of-way and facilities. And what we issue in terms of the permit provides conditions of approval for the specific activity. This review overall is ministerial, and what that means is that it's subject to a staff level review for compliance and then issued to the applicant. Encroachment permits are not subject to public hearings or notices in which adjacent property owners are notified. It's done entirely at the staff level. And in general, encroachment permits are typically reviewed in 3 to 5 days. We in the Community Development Department coordinate with the Public Works staff to understand some of the issues that they may be dealing with, whether that is scheduled utility work that is also being done under encroachment permit, street sweeping schedules. One more topical matter is sidewalk shaving, which started last week. So we have a lot of collaboration with Public Works to understand all of the other uses that are going on in the public right-of-way, so we can account for that when we issue the permits. For this particular is a snapshot of the encroachment permit application. We've included this just as reference because it is on a city form, so it is filed with us. And the required signature is for the business owner. So they are effectively entering into this permit with the city. So those are the two entities that are involved in the encroachment permit agreement. It's the city and the business owner. And this is just a sample cover sheet of the conditions of approval, which were also included in your staff report that we've used for this permitting process. And just a few points of interest to note that are specific to these. So in particular, the heat lamps are prohibited. We've worked with the fire department on that. There are restrictions on combustibles, and so that's where that condition derives from. We also have requirements in there about insurance, as well as standard condition to hold harmless with the city. So basically the business owner assumes liability. And then lastly, compliance is required with the Alameda County Health Order. That's something that the city doesn't enforce. That's between the county and the business operator, but that is reinforced as part of the conditions that the businesses have to comply with the county requirements. This is also a snapshot of an illustration that was included in the conditions of approval. The intent here was to give a little more specific distancing and safety guidance for travel lanes and maintaining some general safety precautions with an in-street setup. This is the list of permits that has been issued. There's only one more to add to this list, and that is Fonda. That was also issued after your packet was released. So altogether, we've now issued 14 permits for outdoor seating. Just one thing to note, I received a message last week from the Alameda County Environmental Health Department. We have an inspector who is assigned specifically to Albany. And he indicated to me that he will be conducting his own enforcement inspections consistent with the county health order as it relates to outdoor seating, of course, food handling. They've also indicated that they're going to enforce the distancing and overall compliance with the order. You received extensive correspondence on this over the weekend and up until early this evening. In total, there were 28 emails. The majority of the emails that you received expressed support for outdoor dining as well as the related fee waiver request. There was one email in opposition, which was related to the COVID situation. And with that, we're recommending that the council adopt Resolution 2020-73 that would authorize the fee waiver for the outdoor dining encroachment permits. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Questions from council members? Yes, Councilmember Moss.
Okay, thank you. It's mentioned in the staff report that San Pablo Avenue is under Caltrans jurisdiction, so we cannot give any encroachment permits to take over parking. Do we? is it my understanding is correct? We also do not control sidewalks either on San Pablo?
We actually do have some control over the sidewalks. And in fact, 2 of the permits that we issued, one was for the Ivy Room and one was for the Hotsy Totsy to have seating on the sidewalk. So we can allow that, but unfortunately we cannot allow encroachments in the street.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that. So you actually did answer one of my questions, was if you're working with the health department in terms of monitoring COVID safety on these encroachments. It sounds like you're not working with them directly so much as they're on the case out there looking at what's going on.
Yeah, I think that's a very appropriate assessment. I think they received some phone calls from residents concerned about distancing and enforcement of the order, so they're going to handle that.
Okay. That's it for my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Barnes.
Oh.
You're muted. Councilmember Barnes, you're muted. I can unmute you. I think I can unmute you. Let me. There we go.
We are finally stopped.
Okay. I think while he works on that issue, do the other council members have questions?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh,
Go ahead.
why would I go ahead?
So who's going first, me or you?
You.
Okay. There's a slight equity issue. I'm not really bothered by this, but if there's about 200 businesses on Solano, and there's about 60 or so that are restaurants. So if the city is willing to subsidize the restaurants who are putting out tables by waiving the encroachment fee, which is I think $147, there's a restaurant could make the argument, well, why doesn't, if I'm not putting out tables, why shouldn't the city cut me a check for $147? Otherwise, they're subsidizing some restaurants and not others, and it doesn't seem fair. I'm not, really irked by this question, but I think there's an issue there. The other one is more serious, and that is, I've walked.
Is it a question or a comment?
It's a comment.
It would be great to. Oh, it'd be great to do questions first and then come back for comments after public comment.
That's fine.
Okay,
I'll make
thank
the
you.
rest of them I can do is comments.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Okay, thank you. I know that Anne mentioned the fact that they have to have insurance, and I know it's on that form, but I'm just wondering if staff's having any conversation about the insurance and making sure that they understand that they are liable and that they have the proper insurance. That's one question. It states in I guess the directions that all of the barricades have to be removed. Well, we're not doing that, and it doesn't seem very practical that we're going to do it. So can we take that section out of the permit form? Because what my end goal is to have the permit form being all the things we expect people to do and not have a lot of things in there that we don't really mean, because then it gets confusing as to what we're really trying to enforce. So my question is, we remove the section about taking the barriers out when the businesses are closed. And then the other question that I have is about, it says 1 foot from the adjacent parking place. And I know some of the barriers are right on the parking line or they're a little tiny bit over. I would rather that we gave them another parking place to give them the flexibility of having on the speed limit on Solano. Are we able to change that? It was when I was on traffic and safety, it kind of came up that cities can't just arbitrarily set speed limits. So that's something I think we need to explore.
So questions for staff.
Yeah, just a quick clarification before we delve into the speed issue. I just want to make sure I understand your request, and that would be striking out condition number 3, restoration of on-street parking, and that's the condition that would require restoration of parking during hours when the business is closed. You're requesting that we strike that.
Right, because
Okay.
we're not
Right.
we're not doing it. So
right. Okay.
I tell them to do it, and I think it's in 2 places. It's number 3 on page 1 and number 9 on page 2.
Actually, I do want to clarify page 9, or I'm sorry, condition 9. We've encouraged the businesses to take in their own furniture to prevent theft and vandalism. So that's more just a daily practice of when the business closes, they can take in their tables, because many of them have taken them out into the street and they return them to their business so that they're not the target of vandalism or theft.
But do they have to?
Well, we definitely encourage them to, and some of the business owners that we've talked to, we've reminded them, that there is a possibility that could occur, and that if it's their property, they should, store it accordingly.
Okay.
Did you get answers to all your questions, Vice Mayor?
No, because we didn't talk about speed.
I'm going to defer the speed tables question to Jeff. He has more familiarity with that than I do.
Okay. And you didn't address the insurance if there's any conversation.
We haven't had specific conversations with the businesses about insurance, but we certainly can. We are intending on doing some follow-up with them this week. So that's certainly something we can bring to their attention.
Yeah, I would appreciate that. I think it's important that they know what they've gotten into.
Good evening, council members. This is Community Development Director Jeff Bond. To answer the Vice Mayor's question regarding speed limits, we would need to do a speed survey, collect some data in order to justify a change in the speed limits. And we would suspect that they probably could be justified down to 20 miles an hour or so. And then the question becomes timing and process for putting in appropriate signage, and then ultimately what level of enforcement would be involved as well. And frankly, that's a lot of time and energy to put into something where the vehicles are already most likely driving below the speed limit. So I think there are probably some other things we can do that would have a higher priority that with respect to safety that we would like to focus on rather than changing the regulatory signs.
Sounds good to me. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. And then Councilmember Nason had some questions.
Yeah. What is the rationale of holding it at 2 spaces? I would think there would be places where it might make sense to permit more.
I can take a shot at answering that, and Ann can jump in as well. I think it was, to some degree, it was an arbitrary starting point. We're entering into uncharted territory on how people are going to use these spaces, and we didn't have a sense of how the use of these spaces would affect other businesses along the street. So we felt like this is a good starting point. Clearly, some businesses could use a little bit more space, and some restaurants could use more spaces. Other restaurants are not using them at all. So I think ultimately we could probably like to have some flexibility as recommended to you to adjust the number of spaces on a case-by-case basis based on what is actually occurring out on the street.
Okay, I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that discretion not only there but exercised. The other issue. What happens if indoor dining is permitted, but it's strictly limited? You can let people dine indoors, but they have to be so far apart that you can't economically run the restaurant without the takeout or outdoor service.
Well, our expectation is that there would continue to be interest in this program, at least as long as the weather holds up. And if that's the case, we want to be able to continue that. I do think there's some thought that we would want to put into wintertime use of the street and particularly how to manage litter and things like that. So we've kind of pushed that issue off a few months. We don't have to worry about that really until October. But then a few months before then, we will begin to think about what those issues are. And of course, we have no idea what's going to be happening with the COVID and the shelters in place by that time as well.
Okay, thank you.
And Councilmember Moss, did you already have your questions? Or did you have any questions? No questions. Okay. Yeah, my question was similar because the staff recommendation says that the waivers for outdoor dining encroachment a fee waiver for outdoor dining encroachment permits during the Alameda County Public Health COVID-19 shelter-in-place order. So that could be interpreted that it be in place until all orders are rescinded. So I think we should note that whether we want any specificity at all to that. Was there any intent? Well, we're supposed to be asking questions right now. I want to get to the attendees who are still waiting to talk. But was there any thought with the staff about whether or not that should be more specific, or whether you deliberately left it sort of unspecific?
We left it kind of non-specific for the reality that the orders get amended. Obviously not in Alameda County, but in other counties they've rolled back because of an increase in cases. So we treated this with a broad brushstroke because there is so much unknown in terms of how long we will be subject to the shelter-in-place order.
Okay, great.
If I may add to that, I think it would be important that not to this evening select a date, a hard date that we have to live with one way or the other, because we just don't know what's going on with the public health crisis. And we will try to be reasonable about that and cooperative and communicate with the stakeholders and the restaurants and so forth. But if we were to arbitrarily pick a date and then to be locked into that, it could be very difficult to react to quickly changing health conditions.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, let's go get to the attendees who hopefully are faring better than us. Let's go ahead and have the city clerk call the public into the room.
Aaron, go ahead.
Hi there, this is Aaron Tiedemann. I'm a member of the Economic Development Commission, and I just wanted to echo some of what some of the council members have already said in saying that I think you should consider not having any sort of automatic sunset date, as I think it's obvious by now that it's going to be a long time, even after the emergency lifts, before things actually go back to normal and people feel comfortable going indoors again, when these outdoor spaces are still going to be needed for these businesses to stay open. I also would like to see there be more flexibility as to parking spaces taken up. It seems like a no-brainer that there are businesses that maybe should be allowed to use more than 2 parking spaces, as it would definitely benefit them. I think the central goal here should be providing flexibility to both staff and businesses in the implementation of this plan. And I think staff has done a lot to that effect already in, waiving fees before receiving explicit direction to do so. But we can just go a little bit farther to assist these businesses that are having a tough time due to the COVID crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jeremiah, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Let's see here. Line 16, or number 16, it talks about the heaters. If you read, I don't know if you guys use spell check or not, but it says Heathers. You see that right there? Okay. Well, anyway, heaters is misspelled right there in the first sentence in line 16. So that's kind of unprofessional. You might want to change that before the public realizes. Also, if you're going to post those signs, that would be helpful. That say, do not walk in the street. You're walking in the middle of the street just to avoid somebody on the sidewalk, and they go get hit by a car. You're going to die of COVID-19 or get hit by a car trying to protect yourself. I don't know. It's kind of a catch-22. I'm also a longshoreman. I'm here at work right now. I got nominated and voted into a few committees. One of the committees I'm on is the safety committee. I'm one of 3 members in my union to be on the safety committee. And I was unanimously voted in because you guys have right now, this really isn't too safe. I'd raise a red flag on that. Those barrels, if a car hits a barrel, then what's going to happen? It's going to hit a person.
Mr. Pinguella, you're cutting out quite a bit. Are you finished, or it's hard to tell? We seem to have lost him. Let's move on to the next speaker, please. Oh, he's back.
And then so I got here on my notes. You put a chair or a table. If you could, how far from the street are you going to allow a business to put a chair or a table or a pedestrian? Because AC Transit buses, they whiz by very quickly. And I don't know who was talking earlier before me, but their strictly opinion is just because they don't want to do speed things on Solano. Well, that's wrong. The point is to keep people safe. That's what I've been talking about since school zones. You got to reduce traffic 15 miles an hour. The point is to make this safe for people to cross the street in front of the post office and all this. And if you're going to have someone on the safety committee say, don't do a speed thing and keep the mile per hour 25 or 21, they're really not trying to make a difference using to be on the committee. I see the bureaucracy, So you're going to put outdoor seating by the bars on the sidewalk. So now they're drunk in public. Okay. So now you're going to allow people to be drunk in public on the sidewalk. And so what happens if they fall on the sidewalk? They sue the city.
Mr. Pinguella, your time is up.
All right. Thank you.
Your time is up,
hear me
Mr.
out.
Pinguella.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Corey.
Hi, Council. This is Corey Dosty again. I wanted to raise 2 populations that I'm a little concerned with, although I support the overall measure and move. One is disabled folks and access, both in terms of mobility and in terms of mental clarity. As someone who is autistic, I get a little disoriented sometimes when I don't know exactly how to navigate a situation. And I think while your supportive documents have talked about there being businesses have to comply with the ADA, some more guidance on that would be really helpful, because sometimes businesses have no idea what that entails. And this is a whole new like pioneer situation, right? So while I do think this should go forward, I would request that you maybe look at some guidance to businesses around making sure that pathways are accessible and signage is clear about where to walk if you're walking by versus if you want to come in. The other population is unhoused folks. I am a little concerned that this could mean uprooting more and more of our unhoused community without linking them to resources, because I know that taking up public space is what you have to do when you don't have a house to go into. So I hope that that's working in tandem, and yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And before you call the next speaker, City Clerk, is it okay if I move or we continue the meeting till 12:45? Any dissent?
No.
Okay. Well, the meeting will continue till 12:45. Thank you. And next speaker, please.
Janelle, go ahead.
Good morning, I guess. This is Janelle Gary. I just wanted to piggyback on Jeremiah and the previous speaker about safety. That's my main issue, is safety, the public right of way, making sure that the city is not liable for anything if we're going to move this project forward. So I would recommend that you speak with your JPA. Joe is over risk management. His name is Joe Kukamanga, I believe. And then also you have a litigation manager that can also speak to the city's liability and how we can decrease that. So that's just my main thing, because when you talk about adding more seating, how far does that go out into the city right away? And does that hold harmless contract and the insurance protects the city? If it doesn't, the city will be brought in on suit. So we just want to make sure that, that the businesses are taken care of and that they do not, take on any additional risks, as well as the city. We want to make sure that, everyone is intact. So those are my recommendations and concerns. Definitely on that ADA compliance, that is a must. Cities are being sued for not being in compliance with, accessibility for those that need to get on ramps and things like that. So I would just ask that the city do their due diligence, speak with your JPA, make sure you set up an appointment to talk to them, know your options and know exactly what needs to take place. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Benjamin Fong, go ahead.
Hi there. Yes, this is Ben Fong, and I wanted to speak in favor of allowing the streets to be converted to outdoor seating. I've served several years on the Berkeley Planning Commission, and I know in Berkeley they passed a similar initiative called the Safe Open Air Dining bill, and that bill is actually quite broad, allowing for planters, barriers, tables, chairs, and across parking spaces, medians, sidewalks. So I think my point is that they're doing it in the city next door. It's being done in other cities across the world already. And I think also in cities with much worse weather than we have. So that's my first point. Second, I think it's a really urgent issue. I know restaurants are already seeing profits drop by as much as 90%. I know personally, my family has had a lot of businesses, small businesses, and I know the margins are really thin. So I think we really need to support businesses now before they leave our communities for good, for us. And I've actually started a kind of a donation campaign called The Fork in the Road, which is actually to support local businesses, in these COVID times, especially to help them transition into outdoor seating. So right now it's focused mainly on Berkeley, but I'd love to see if we can extend it to Albany, if that's something, that there's support from the city council. So I guess in conclusion, I just want to say, beyond just waiving the permit fees, I think that, I think maybe Vice Mayor McQuaid mentioned, but we could have more flexibility for more than just 2 parking spaces, more flexibility on, can we move about are the restaurants required to move the equipment when not in use, and also the lowering of speed limits around those areas. And I think my last point is just that, beyond helping our restaurants, I think we also just need more shared spaces in Albany, especially in the COVID era. COVID's really isolated people, and we really need more spaces for convening, for healing, and for dialogue. And I think this is a good first step for that. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Dan Johnston, go ahead.
Hi, this is Dan Johnson. I'm an Albany resident. I am happy to see that the staff has been supportive on this issue and been waiving the fees. I support giving these businesses whatever leeway they need to be creative to find ways to make ends meet and create safe spaces for people. So I don't think the staff should tie the duration of this to the county health orders. There shouldn't be an automatic sunset or any cancellation of the policy. It should require fresh council action as the situation evolves in the future. If Alameda County were to allow indoor dining tomorrow, I wouldn't go. We've seen what happens with indoor dining in other states and other cities. So I think outdoor dining is going to be here for a while, at least for me and everyone I know. So again, these businesses need the flexibility and they need some predictability that they're going to have this option for some time to come so they can invest in it and get it right. If people are enjoying the public right of way, businesses are doing well, I don't see why we'd want to take this away from them. I don't think the business owners should have to pay for these permits. We give the public space away for free to other things like parking. I don't see why it should cost. I can sit in my car and eat a sandwich, but I can't sit in a chair and without paying and getting a permit. So that should continue to be free. I think the staff should initiate a 20 mile per hour speed limit on Solano and actually put up the signs. And yes, it may look like a gesture when people are driving slowly anyway, but the gesture is the important thing here. It shows that you're sticking up for people and taking safety seriously. Portland, Oregon did this. If you need resources, ask them how to do it. The campaign is called 20 is Plenty. So you can look that up online or call those folks. I think, as other people have said, that businesses need flexibility on the size of the seating space. A 2 parking spot limit relates to the size of cars, not the size of seating arrangements. So I hope you'll support that. So thanks a lot.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Preston, go ahead.
Hello, yes, Preston Jordan, Transportation Commissioner. And I was just, I didn't want to lose track that staff member Jeff Bond said that there were other higher priority safety items to work on than posting either speed caution signs or actually changing the speed limit with the official white signs. And certainly just curious to hear about that. I'm curious to hear staff's creativity in that regard and just didn't want to lose that thread. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Francesco, go ahead. Francesco.
Thank you.
You are muted. There we go.
I'm here. Solutions is what we need, not more obstacles. I share everyone's concern about safety, but there's a solution for every concern. And we all live here and will be here, I think, in 6 months to a year. And I don't want to see vacancies on every block of stores that had to close because we couldn't find solutions. We could only find obstacles. and reasons why we couldn't do something. So every time you or the public has a saying, oh, well, we've got to worry about this or the insurance or something like that. Well, we need more volunteers to get out there and help create the solution. Because if we don't, there's going to be lots of empty stores. And when you try to balance the budget, you're going to have to figure out, well, maybe we need to raise some more taxes in order to cover this budget loss. And our whole community will be poorer because not for just the money that we will lose, but from the quality of our life, of our commerce, and the way we interact on our streets. The parking, we have to adapt, and everyone needs to adapt. I've walked down the street and seen a crowd of people, and I said, well, maybe I don't want to have to interact with them, so I'll just walk across the street if I need more distancing. And I don't feel like, oh my gosh, I've been put out, I've had to make this big turn away. No, I just had to make a few more steps and adapt. Everyone needs to learn more about what they can do, about how they can adapt, how we can help. And I'd like to see all the people that are here and been on all of these meetings be out there one way or another supporting our businesses on Solano Avenue. I make an extra effort every day to figure out which kind of way I can go to a local business and support it with my dollars. And I'd love to see you council members there sitting at some of these dining establishments when I'm there. And that would put everything in the right perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Amy, go ahead.
Hi, it's Amy Smolens. Since Vonnie Davidson and I began working as volunteers on Albany Inside Out, we've had more than 50 enthusiastic supporting businesses, which are written down on at the end of our letter. Some are restaurants and cafes that are using the public space, but a lot of them are just neighboring businesses. There are realtors, there's a coffee shop, financial advisors, medical and dental officers, retail shops. Everyone gets that a rising tide lifts all ships. Everybody gets that, and they're all happy that this is revitalizing their business district, their neighbors. So they're really excited about it. Our small businesses, helping them survive and hopefully thrive and hire back their staff and keep everyone working. And all of the Transportation Commission's recommendations were done to promote safety for everybody. That's their whole goal. So the flexibility to allow more than 2 parking spaces per business is to create more space for social distancing, and also so tables can be moved off the sidewalk into another parking space, and that way everyone can have not encroach on the sidewalk space that pedestrians and people with mobility issues need. So it's all about safety. Slowing traffic on Solano Avenue, also all about safety, about comfort for diners and staff, make it more pleasant, and speeds are slower, more people will notice that the outdoor dining opportunities are there. You got, as I guess Ann noted, 28 letters, most of them positive. One letter that came late that I want to call your attention to was from Ali Mansour, who owns Chez Mansour. He was going to speak, but it got too late. He lives here, he works here, he opened his business in December, had to close it down in March, and was really stressed out. And we told him that outdoor seating was going to be a possibility in Alameda County. He was really excited. His family's been working. He says now he's without anxiety. He can feed his family, and he says that by allowing him to have 2 more parking spaces, they'd be able to add a couple more tables, start bringing in money to provide actual jobs for people outside of his family. This is the story of our community. Ali's the story of our community. Pat, Joe, Laurent, Kathy, those are the business owners. Those are the story of our community. So please approve the Transportation Commission and Economic Development Committee's recommendation for vitality and safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Davidson.
All right, guys, I don't really want to take a bunch of your time here, so I hope that we can move this all forward. I wrote something early this morning, and now it's the next morning. Surprise, surprise. So if you guys want to just shake it out for a sec, I'll bring all my first grade stuff in here and move for a minute. Our small businesses are super essential to Albany. As we're well aware, they've been severely impacted. I'm a small business owner. Luckily, we had some other measures in place to make it through this, but these restaurant owners already face so many stressors. Now they're stepping up and they are taking on the additional responsibility of offering outdoor dining with numerous new safety protocols, social distancing, becoming the enforcement over patrons to wear masks, follow new rules, and still make the experience enjoyable. This is more than many of us have had to take on during this entire pandemic. These business owners are stepping up to save their business in ways that some of us could never imagine having to do. We need to step up as a city and show these small businesses, many of them who are owned by our neighbors, how important they are to our community. To allow these businesses to survive, the council needs to follow the recommendations of the Transportation Committee and the EDC and waive encroachment fees, offer flexibility on the number of parking spaces, allow this to continue even when indoor dining is opened up, and evaluate and address the traffic speeds on Solano. Thank you. I'm sorry it's so late. Thank you all for bearing with this, and we appreciate that you've been here and paying attention to this issue. Amy Smullins and I are in this only to support the business community and the city of Albany as volunteers, giving our own time for our fellow citizens of Albany, and we hope that you guys can help us do the
There's
same.
no money behind this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Jen, go ahead.
Hi. First of all, I can relate to, sadly, the gentleman who was talking about, misspelled words and things like that, because I'm usually the one who points that out. And then when I reread my letter, I realized I had an error and I'm horrified by it. So hopefully it's not published. But anyway, I totally agree with Francesco and Amy, who got me involved with this, that it's a great idea. And I love the idea of possibly expanding tables and parking spaces. I'm curious about Pete's, when they built out that parklet, how many spaces they used, if anybody knows, because that seemed like a perfect size, but that wasn't including social distancing. So we definitely need to use the as much room as we can. And I think with this, if time goes on, other businesses that aren't restaurants may be able to provide, like, not necessarily a drive-up service, because that could be a little dangerous, but outside stores, little shopping outside, and then the whole street could, really profit and do well, and it could be great for the community. So thank you.
Thank you. And there's one more speaker. Next speaker, please. Tanya?
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Well, first and foremost, I wanted to thank the Albany community for allowing us and welcoming Cinco Tacos to the community. I am one of the family owners here at the Cinco Tacos new restaurant. So we really appreciated all the really positive feedback that we got from the residents around Albany. Obviously, we are really, we're concerned about their safety and our customer safety, our employee safety, pedestrian safety. So we have noticed that having 2 more parking spaces would allow us to have more available seating and to remove the spaces that we have, the seating spaces that we have on the sidewalk, just so there will be more spaces for the pedestrians to walk through. We really appreciate everybody from Albany. We're new to the community, so obviously we want to support everyone, and we want everyone to support us as well. So I think to propose the other 2 parking spaces will help a lot for our restaurant itself, and a lot of businesses on Albany or on Solano as well. So I would really appreciate for those 2, at least a couple more spaces, just so our businesses could survive during this time. So yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. And that's the last speaker. And I'll just go ahead and move once again. I think we can wrap this up at 1 a.m. Any dissent? Anyone want to cut the meeting short right now? Seeing no, let's just move on. I think we can finish this up quickly. What I heard, and thanks so much for, sorry, there is one last attendee to be let in.
Go ahead, Pat.
Hi, it's Pat. I run Theta, and I have a close connection with Buluang 1166 Solano. We have been in business, I think, since 2001. 3 units out of the 5 units at this building. I spent when there's no COVID, before that, I opened Theta most morning. I have to tell you, past 2 years, the driver on Solano has been a lot more aggressive. And I'm speaking Solano at Cornell. I live on Cornell, and when I open Theta, I can see how aggressive driver has been. I'm speaking up for Buluang because it's family business. Theta doesn't need any more space for now. But if Buluang can get more space, that would help them a great deal. Safety is my concern. From the beginning, when Amy or Bonnie approached, I said, I totally support, but safety is just main concern. Anything that we don't have any incident or prevent that, that's the only concern I have. So I think if it's more visible, if the city can make it, announce it just so we're all on the same page that we're doing this, so local residents know that we're doing this, I think it would be helpful. Speed limit, drive slower sign and all that could help. And I'm happy to listen to you guys. What would you like the business owner to do for the city, or what would you not like us to do, or something like, so we can all on the same page. I think the more clarification, the more we're on the same page, I think would help us a great deal. I guess that's it I want to say. Thank you for doing this.
Thank you very much. Okay, bringing it back to council. So trying to wrap this up quickly. I think what I've heard previously was support for the fee waiver, support for being flexible about parking spaces, and support for being flexible about taking things in at night. And Councilmember Moss, you have your hand up, but maybe that's from previous comment.
No.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Councilmember Moss.
So I was going to actually move Resolution 2020-73, authorizing the fee waiver for outdoor dining encroachment permits during the Alameda County Public Health COVID-19 shelter-in-place order, and would like to add those recommendations of allowing staff to have some flexibility on parking spaces, and the greater allowing greater flexibility on requirements to move equipment when not in use, and if not if we can't actually lower the speed limit by very much, or we should make whatever attempt we need to make in order to reduce speed on Solano Avenue. I think this is a great thing. It's probably one of the few upsides of COVID-19. I wish some of these ideas had been circulated without having to go through a pandemic. But, such as it is.
Okay, there's a motion with some added direction. Any second?
I'll second that.
Councilmember Nason, second. Any further discussion?
Yes, I have some. Are you ready? Okay.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor. Yeah.
I totally support this, and I think we're all on the right track, but there are a couple of issues I'd like us to think about. One of the conditions on the permit or the application or whatever is nighttime visible material on the cones or banners or whatever. I don't think they're there. I think it's important that we get some reflective materials out there. So I think we need to ensure that the businesses are actually doing that. We want to be as helpful and flexible as possible, but there are some rules to this. And I think we need to kind of choose what we're going to select or choose what we're going to enforce and then enforce it. And I think that certainly is one of them. How close they are to the travel lane, I think is important. It says 2 feet. Walking up and down several times and looking, I'm not sure they are all 2 feet. And I'd like to make sure that they are, so that, we're doing as much to protect everybody as possible. I think Janelle had a really good idea, and I had never thought about it, but for staff to have a conversation with our risk management people, maybe there's something that is real simple that we haven't thought of. So I'd like to see us do that. I know at least 2 businesses have heaters. I was going to advocate that there was a way we could have them, but if there's not, I hope that we're talking to those people about having to remove their heaters so there's not a problem that we knew about but didn't do anything about. I think that's pretty much my thoughts at this point.
Okay, and then I think Councilmember Barnes had his hand up.
Unmuting work this time. Peggy raised several of the issues that I'm most concerned about. And basically my concern is and I saw a young man zooming down Solano this morning, no helmet, going very fast. If he's doing that in the dark, was blinded by the lights of an oncoming car, it would be easy for a rider like that to swerve into one of those barrels and hit them and have possibly a fatal accident. Sometimes those accidents are fatal, those kind of face plant accidents, if your wheel flips out from under you. More generally, so yeah, there needs to be much better reflectors, especially on those dark barrels. And I've hardly ever seen any cones at all the 5 or 6 times I've been through that area now. But in general, following up on Janelle Gary's comment, the encroachment permits are not being followed very closely. And my concern is, in addition to the public safety issues, there's the issue of our liability if our encroachment permit rules are not being followed and we're aware of it and we do nothing about it. It raises, again, 2 issues. The public safety issue that we're unnecessarily putting people at risk, and also the liability issue for us. But in general, like Peggy and everyone else, I'm supportive of this. I think it's a good idea, but it needs to get tweaked a little.
Thank you for that. I would support the addition of enforcement of the reflective tape, or I think we could probably just give people direction that you could probably get that stuff down at Pastime Hardware and little stick-on reflective tape would be a huge improvement. So we have a motion and a second,
Can I say
and
one more?
general
Mayor, can I say
direction.
one more?
Yes, Vice Mayor. Go
Sorry,
ahead.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I forgot something. The one day I think that people should have to move their stuff, or we at least ought to consider, is street sweeping day. Because if they're going to be out there for 3 or 4 months, which they may well be, we do need to get the street swept, but we need to tell them when it is. You know, it says I think it says in the permit, you know, you have to have the area clear for street sweeping. But if you don't know when that is, it's not really helpful information. So I'd like to see us consider that as a time that we notify them that has to happen, and that we be sure that it does.
Okay, what I was going to say is that if there's no dissent on any of the direction that the council members have given, we do have a motion and a second to approve the resolution and direction, further direction to staff. Any further discussion? Then I would ask that we call the roll on the resolution.
Councilmember Barnes,
Yes.
Councilmember Moss,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McQuaid,
Yes.
Mayor Pilch.
Yes. And is staff comfortable with all the recommendations or all the direction given so far? Is it understandable? Is any of it not doable?
I think we're clear on the direction we have going forward.
Okay. Thank you for that. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. I think that concludes that agenda item. Going back to our agenda, is there any future agenda items that council members wish to bring up at this time? I must apologize to my council members for not using my ability to limit public comment periods. I thought we were doing okay in the middle of the meeting, and then it got long. I'll try to. I think I haven't had to do that before, so I'm out of practice, but I'll try to remember that for future meetings. If there's no future agenda items, the last item on the agenda is announcements of city meetings and events. I won't read them off. We can read those in our agenda. Just want to thank everyone for powering through, or surviving, more like it, such a long meeting. Thanks to staff, thanks to council members and everyone who attended. And if there's no other last items, I'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Good night, everybody, and sleep well.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.